Everybody, it's 7 o'clock. I am Matthew Bremen, Mayor Pro Tem. I officially call this meeting to order, and just so everybody knows, our mayor, Joel Kincaid, was not able to be here tonight. So I get the honor of running this meeting, and hopefully I don't muck it up too badly. So please be kind. So with that, Ms. Woods, would you kindly conduct the official roll call?
Yes, Councillor Purser.
Here.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Cry.
Here.
Councillor Miller.
Present.
Councillor Hansi.
Here.
Right, thank you very much. I'd like to encourage everybody to participate in a moment of silence and then the Pledge of Allegiance. You join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ken, do you want to ask a question?
As far as the agenda goes, do we have anybody here who is coming expecting to hear the inclusivity proclamation tonight? It was advertised in some places that was going to happen. And if people were here, I was going to recite it, but we already recited that at the June 6th. It was just miscommunication on my part. And I wanted to do that if somebody was here for it, but I'll talk about that later in council reports and actions.
So I don't think I know of any other potential changes to the agenda. Ms. Woods, are you aware of any?
The only thing I'd like to note for the record is that after the council packet was created and published, we did receive another application for the TABOR Commission Citizen Review Committee from Karen Lenhart. So I would like to enter that into the record for the agenda item under council reports and actions.
Great, thank you. With that, may I have a motion?
I move
Go ahead.
we approve the agenda as amended.
Any discussion? Would you please poll council?
Councillor Purser.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Bremen.
Yes.
Councillor Cry.
Aye.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Hansi.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. All right, next up is public participation. This section is set aside for the city council to listen to comments by the public regarding items that do not otherwise appear on this agenda. Generally, the city council will not discuss the issues and will not take any official actions under this section of the agenda. So, and I ask if anybody has anything to say, that they please limit their comments to 3 minutes. Is there anybody here that would like to participate in the public participation? What? Yeah, is not related, just to be clear, not related to anything on this menu, on the agenda. So this is for items that are not on the agenda. Okay, no, I just want to make sure everybody gets heard. And was there a hand in the back? I just want to make sure. Okay. All right. With that, I close out the public participation. Next, we jump into the consent agenda. These are items where all conditions or requirements have been agreed to or met prior to the time they come before the council for final action. These items will be approved by a single motion of the council. Members of the community may ask that an item be removed from the consent agenda and fully discussed. All items not removed from the consent agenda will then be approved. A member of the council may vote no on specific items without asking that they be removed from the consent agenda for full discussion. Any items that is removed from the consent agenda will be placed at the end of the regular agenda. So is there anybody in the public that would like to remove an item from the consent agenda? Okay. Seeing none, is there anybody on council that would like to?
I have a question about an item on the consent agenda. The Downtown Advisory Board bylaws are on there. I just wanted to make sure, I kind of was under the impression that we were going to discuss boards as a whole before we move toward any actual action of anything, and I might be wrong, but before
I
we,
would like to pull that off the consent agenda myself as well,
Okay,
that particular one.
I move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Okay.
Second.
all right. Ms. Woods, would you kindly poll council?
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Counselor Bremen,
Yes.
Counselor Cry,
Aye.
Counselor Miller,
yes,
Counselor Hansi,
Yes.
Counselor Purser,
yes.
motion passes 6-0.
I believe that item will automatically get added to the end, to the agenda at the end of all the other items that are currently on the agenda. That happens automatically. Okay. All right, next we move into public hearings. So we have no quasi judicial hearings tonight. So we're going to jump right into our legislative hearings. So before we jump into that, because I suspect there are some people here that are going to want to make some comments on some of the items on the agenda. In the back of the room, we have a sign-up sheet for anybody that wants to participate in the public discussion. So, and we're doing this just to make sure everybody gets heard and everybody gets a chance to be heard. If you do not sign up for it, you'll still have the opportunity to speak. So please don't feel like that's a limiting factor. And even if you have signed up and somebody has said something, you don't feel the need to speak, you're not obligated to do so. And also, Ms. Woods will be in the back with a timer when we get to that. So with that being said, let's jump into ordinance 2023-07, a second reading. An ordinance authorizing the conveyance of water rights and real property of the city referred to as Enoch Lake, located at Pinon, Mesa. Tonight, we have Public Works Director Kimberly Bullen and City Attorney Mary Elizabeth Geiger to give us a presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. Kimberly Bullen, Public Works Director. So the following presentation is to provide really an overview of mountain water properties and specifically to Enoch Lake as it pertains to the ordinances before council this evening. I will apologize for breaking every PowerPoint rule of the amount of text on the slides. There is a lot of information that we want to convey tonight, so bear with me, we will get through it. The first thing that I wanted to talk about was when we talk about mountain water properties, we are really talking about a number of reservoirs and infrastructure that's up on Pinon Mesa, up on Glade Park. So this just gives us a brief description of the different reservoirs, Reservoir 1, 2, and 3. Reservoir number 4 was never constructed, so it's not considered as a resource up there. Enoch Lake, and then Mirror Springs 1 and 2, which is the 2-acre parcel and the 4.05 acre parcel. This slide just shows gives us a reference to where this property is in relationship to the city of Fruita. So if you can see my cursor, I'm hovering over the city of Fruita here, travel through the National Monument, up through Glade Park, and you eventually reach what is called the Fruita Division of the Grand Mesa National Forest. This is where the resources of the mountain water properties exist. Little history of mountain water. 1884, when the town of Fruita was established, they began construction of the wooden pipeline from 1906 to 1909 through the National Monument to deliver the spring water to the city of Fruita for domestic water. In the 1930s to the 50s, Fruita Reservoirs 1, 2, and 3 were constructed on U.S. Forest Service property to provide water to the pipeline and to the city of Fruita. In 1956, Enoch Lake water and property was conveyed by a private party to the city of Fruita. In 1983, when Fruita was a population of about 3,500 people, Fruita realized that there was not enough water from mountain water properties to provide the domestic water for the city. So they opted to contract with the Ute Water Conservancy District for domestic water. In 1990, Fruita reservoirs were open to public recreation where they've existed to today. In 2016, however, City Council approved a resolution implementing temporary restrictions banning overnight camping at Enoch Lake through December 31st of 2016. Later that year, they also passed a resolution that extended that temporary restriction through the year of 2017. Then again, in 2018, passed a resolution that directed city staff to establish regulations on Enoch Lake property that would include continuance of restricting that overnight camping. All of this because of some of the challenges and issues that we'll go into a little bit later in the presentation regarding Enoch Lake and the property. This is another slide that just shows the private land ownership around Enoch Lake. As you can see, Stan Murr, who is one of the gentlemen that has made the offer to the city, has private property to the southwest of Enoch Lake, also known as Mirror Lake 1. Powers family also owns a considerable amount of land that surrounds a big portion of Enoch Lake. And then Ron Tipping also owns some property to the north as well as to the east of Enoch Lake. Enoch Lake again was conveyed to the city of Fruita in 1956 from the Beard family. This was for a consideration of $1 for conveyance of real property and all water rights, which include Tract 1 land, Mirror Lake number 1, also known as Enoch Lake, Mirror Lake number 2, Tract 2, 4-acre parcel, the 4.05 acre parcel, and Tract 3, which was a 2-acre parcel. There were no deed restrictions when this deed came to the city of Fruita. In 2007, the city of Fruita entered into an agreement with Mr. Tipping to make improvements to the city-owned Enoch Reservoir for a value of $360,000. And Mr. Tipping also contributed an additional $124,233 worth of materials for Reservoir 1 repairs. This was a non-monetary obligation for the city, which provided water for Mr. Tipping's use as payment. So we didn't exchange, there was no exchange of money. Just wanted to quickly review the process that the city uses for the conveyance of land or sale of property. City of Fruita is a home rule municipality, meaning that its process for sale or conveyance of real property owned by the city is governed by the city charter. City charter recognizes or requires that council adopt an ordinance to authorize the sale or conveyance of real property. This is considered a legislative act and is published as a public process, resulting in 2 hearings before city council. Specifically, Article 2.11, letter D of the city's charter. Ordinance 2013-16 authorized the city manager to finalize and execute an agreement between the city of Fruita, Ron Tipping, Rodney Power, and William Patterson for the lease of water and conveyance of water rights in Mirror Ditch number 1 and Mirror Lake number 2 and vacant land located on Pinon Mesa surrounding number 2. To fulfill that non-monetary performance obligation arising out of the dam repairs. This again followed Article 2.11, letter D of the Fruita City Charter for sale and conveyance of real property. This is the actual special warranty deed for the consideration of the sum of $25,000 and other good and valuable consideration in hand, hereby sells and conveys to Ron Tipping the water right adjudicated to Mirror Lake Reservoir number 2 in the amount of 8.34 acre feet of water. Also, a special warranty deed in consideration of the sum of $50,000 and other good and valuable consideration in hand paid, hereby sells and conveys to Ron Tipping water rights and appurtenant property interests, 1.5 cubic feet per second of water from the water right adjudicated to Mirror Ditch number 1, and also an easement on and access real property owned by the grantor in vicinity of Springs R and N. And this is also the actual special warranty deed that was approved. And then finally, the general warranty deed for consideration of the sum of $10 and other good and valuable consideration in hand sells and conveys to Ron Tipping a parcel of land located in portions of section 5, 6, 7, and 8, township 14 south, range 101 west of the 6th principal meridian, Mesa County, Colorado, an area of 38.48 acres. Real property was conveyed in exchange for credit in the amount of $153,920 against repair work. And that's the actual general warranty deed that was approved. So this is the 38.48 acres conveyed to Mr. Tipping, which is the southern portion of Enoch Lake, the land conveyed. Some other things that the city has talked about and done over the past years is the Mountain Waters Capital Project. So from 2004 to 2016, a number of capital projects have been completed up on the mountain water properties. So not just Enoch Lake, but the other reservoirs as well. This total does not include city staff for project management or expenses incurred by the Army National Guard. This chart shows the historical expenses over the years from 2004 to 2022 that shows the staff and maintenance required to maintain the mountain water properties. This is not broken out differently for Enoch Lake and the other reservoirs. It's all of them combined. You'll notice in 2017, this is when City Council made a policy that they wanted to minimize the amount of money being spent on mountain water properties because of it was taken away from some of the core services down here in the city of Fruita. Challenges at Enoch Lake, which resulted in the resolution restricting overnight camping and turning it into a day use type property. Things included illegal camping, damage to private property, a lot of safety concerns because of the distance it is from any real jurisdiction, poor cell service to even get help if you need it, fires outside of fire pits, discharging firearms, and it kind of goes on and on with some of those issues. However, there is public lands nearby that disperse camping and is allowed on. So we have on the Fruita division of the Grand Mesa National Forest, we have Hay Press Campground, which allows for dispersed camping. We also have Mud Springs Campground on the BLM land, which is a fee campground. But as of today, there is no camping allowed on Enoch Lake. I want to talk a little bit about the community outreach that we've done over the years to talk about mountain water properties with the community. June 7th of 17, an open house was hosted to educate the public about mountain water and gain input from the citizens of Fruita about these assets that the city owns. May 5th, the presentation was made to City Council, May 5th of 2020. And then starting in December of 2022, a number of community outreach and information was sent out. December, mountain water information was mailed to every property owner in Fruita. In January, mountain water information was posted to social media. The city's CityLink information regarding mountain water was added to the website. And in February, the CityLink information regarding mountain water was added to social media. In March of 2023, city's website was also updated with the mountain water information. Fast forward to January of 2023. At that point, the city had received interest from the three gentlemen who have provided the offer to the city that they were interested in pursuing purchasing this property. At that point, the city didn't know the value of the property. So we engaged with Arnie Butler and Associates to appraise the 51.41 acres in water rights for Enoch Lake. In March of 23, the appraisal came back for the 51.41 acres with a value of $425,000. And on April 24th, the city received a cash offer of $500,000 to buy the 51.41 acre parcel and water rights, plus satisfaction of the approximate $140,000 of non-monetary performance obligation that remains under the 2013 agreement. May 6th, the Grand Junction Daily Sentinel published an article that talked about the potential interest to sell Enoch Lake. On May 31st, the city received another cash offer in the amount of $16,000 to purchase the 2-acre parcel by the Power family who owns the adjacent property of that 2-acre parcel. On June 1st, the city also received a cash offer of $32,400 to buy the 4.05 acre parcel from Jeffrey and Angela Collins, who again owns the property around that parcel. On June 14th, 2023, Ute Water Conservancy District Board decided not to exercise its right of first refusal for the sale of Enoch Lake water right and for the Mirror Ditch number 1 water right, allowing the city of Fruita to proceed with the sale. This was a condition of the Ute Water agreement that the city entered into back when we signed up for Ute Water to provide the domestic water. On June 20th, council had the first reading, calling for a second reading and public hearing for tonight, July 18th, 2023 of ordinance 2023-07, authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement for the sale of 51.41 acres known as Enoch Lake and the water rights known as Mirror Ditch number 1, Mirror Lake Reservoir number 1 and Springs RNN and authorizing conveyance thereof. June 20th, 2023 was also the first reading and calling for a second reading and public hearing, July 18th, 2023, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement between the city of Fruita and the Power family for the 2.0 acre parcel and conveyance thereof. And then June 20th, 2023, first reading of ordinance 2023-09, calling for a second reading and public hearing, July 18th, 2023, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement to this between the city of Fruita and Jeffrey S. Collins and Angela I. Collins for them to purchase 4.05 acres owned by the city and conveyance thereof. No public comments were made at the first reading of the following ordinance, ordinance 2023-07, 2023-08, 2023-09. City did receive one written comment on the same ordinances that was received a little after 5 o'clock today. So staff's recommendation is to adopt ordinance 2023-07. I'm not going to read all of these again. Saved you guys that. Adopt ordinance 2023-08 and adopt ordinance 2023-09. Thank you.
Thank you. So just as a reminder, she covered, Director Kimberly Bolin covered all 3 ordinances. However, we're going to have to treat each one as an individual ordinance, and we can only act on one at a time. So at this point, we will begin discussion of ordinance 2023-07. So at this point in time, I would like to open up the floor for public comment. And I'm not sure the easiest way to do this. I'm assuming we'll just kind of start at the top of the list that you have in the back.
I'm right here.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
And straight back there. So
All right.
you'll call people up as they come through.
Okay,
And you'll also be keeping time.
correct.
Ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Caitlin Downer.
If you could, once again, for the record, please, when you get up there, state your name and your residence or your address, please.
All right, my name's Caitlin Downer. I've been a resident here my whole life. My address is 736 Street. All right, this is my plea not to sell it. Fruita natives never get a choice. Well, we're here tonight. Fruita City Council needs to keep our history tradition alive. We need to come to a balance with the bikers. Let's face it, bikers get all the extra funding in this town. Why can't we keep nice things for the locals as well split the funding? I'm sure there are people in this room that are willing to save Enoch. Sorry, I call it Enoch, it's Enoch. Will not have an issue paying another tax, incorporating it into everything else so we can keep our history, not to mention our water rights. Are you kidding me? We live in a high desert. Water is scarce anywhere now. You are going to give it away. Yes, I said, give it away. Look to the future, people. Come on. Truthfully, I want to keep a local place that doesn't feel like we live in a concrete and asphalt city. I want to have my kids and many generations to be able to enjoy as well. Have you looked into grants, history, funding? If you sell, you will be taking years of memories, hard work, history, and tradition away. Also, why are you stocking the fish if you're going to sell it? You're just putting more money out into it if you're just going to sell it. I want to tell you a little about my family history with Enoch or Enoch. My great-grandparents utilized the water from the reservoir. My grandparents did the same, along with taking family trips there. Sorry. My parents took countless trips. My husband and I went on countless dates up there and even took our life pledge and got married there. When we started our family, that is the first place we took our kids after they were born. Come on, people. Money isn't everything. Water rights, history, tradition, family, that is what really matters. Thank you.
Harv Heine.
Hi, I'm Harv Heine, and I grew up here in Fruita. I've been here for 76 years. And I thought I was the only one there until I run into my two pals Osborne's and they were right behind me. But this Pinon Mesa thing, I went up there with my grandparents, with my parents, took my kids up there and I take my grandkids up there. And Enoch and stuff, you know, and fish and everything. And we live in a desert, like she said. And I can't believe you're selling water rights in a desert because those water rights can be like gold pretty quick. So many people are coming in here and stuff. And I just wonder how long it's going to take to get these signs up around Enoch Lake, private property, no trespassing. And that's it. And if they get Enoch, they're going to go after number 1, number 2, number 3. They're going to try to get them all. And pretty soon there's no place to go. You're going to be going up to the biker trail on the 18 road and setting up a tent in 110 degrees, I guess. But are they going to put this up for an election, put it on the ballot to vote on it or something? Shouldn't the whole town have a little shot at this? I'm thinking. But I just can't imagine selling water rights in a desert. As many people are coming in here, that water rights are going to be worth a ton of money pretty quick. And I guess I'm just against that, that's for sure. But anyway, that's the way I look at it. Because pretty soon there's not going to be anywhere to go in Pinon Mesa. You're going to go up there, go camping and say, oh, can't go here. Go somewhere else, you know, because we all own it and you're not welcome. That's the way I feel.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I believe the next name is Aaron. Last name starts with a W.
Yeah, my parents shared everything you lived or learned in life, you practiced and kindergarten, and there's always been a that one. Anyway, my name is Alan Workman, AlanWorkman, and I'm probably here in the minority tonight because this fine body of leaders up here, you have major decisions to make, and I've lived here all my life and a native. And appreciate you getting active and doing the fine things that you're doing. I'm in the minority because I support the sale of this property to these 3 fine businessmen. They have worked hard all of their life for what they have. And yes, it looks like Yellowstone again on Pinon Mesa as opposed to the television because it's the same old thing. The fight for water, the fight for land. These gentlemen have secured their land, but water is liquid gold and they need it very much. They will maintain this property, of which the city of Fruita and others have not been able to do over the years. The crime up there, the trash, the living in buses and campers, violating the time period and everything is a tough thing to fuel. And the city of Fruita and the Mesa County Sheriff's Department don't want to have anything to do with it. And it's a shame for those of us who have lived here and have swum and fished in Enoch's Lake. But life goes on, just like everything in this world. And I think this is an important decision for you. And against the crowd out here, I'm sorry, but I think it's an appropriate thing to do. They will be good neighbors if others will be good neighbors to them. They're paying good money for it, for a fair appraisal, a fair price above and beyond what Mr. Tipping has delivered to help you people with the Fruita reservoirs. So that's my vote on the other side of the aisle. I thank you for your time.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you, Alan.
Dan Lochner. Okay.
Okay.
Dan Workman. Lorinda Conrad.
Hi, my name's Lorinda Conrad. I've been a resident of the Grand Junction area, Glade Park area, my whole entire life since 1967. That's always been a lake. I live on Glade Park. My address is 20510 Red Cliff Road. Lived there for 20 years, but we've enjoyed that from the time we were little. I understand that the big powerful men have land around it and they deserve the water. Everyone else deserves that land too. You didn't give an opportunity to anyone else in Fruita, on Glade Park, and the whole entire United States that would like to own a little piece of Colorado. And I have a cabin up there on 80 acres, and I enjoy going to Enoch Lake. I enjoy riding my four-wheeler or my side-by-side. And as soon as they purchase that, there are Stan Murr, we've heard it from him, from Collins, who you're selling a piece of property. I will take that 4 acres and I will pay you $40,000 for it. You're selling this land for nothing. The land does not sell for that. Arnie Butler is incorrect. There's land, there's cabins that are selling for more. That has a lake on it and you're selling it for $500,000. Seriously, you don't buy that. That doesn't exist. There's a lot of people here that we all could come together. We could buy it individually. We could buy it, but you didn't offer that to anyone. And when you offer up things that say mountain water, we don't know what that means. We don't know where that's at. I didn't see anything on social media. I didn't see anything in newsprint. I didn't see anything on a billboard or on radio saying Enoch Lake's going to be sold to 3 men, 3 powerful men. Well, I've seen them close a road before and we fought them after the fact because they did it on a budget meeting under closed doors. No one had a chance to stop South 21.5 Road to being closed. They did not want people going up there and they used the same thing. Oh, it's being destroyed. It's vandalized. We used that road. There was no trash. There was nothing, what they said. There's always a chance that your home, here in Fruita, anywhere is going to have vandalism or break-ins or robberies. They had robberies. I get it. We all have that happen. We all have property that's destroyed. The vans and the shooting, we drove by there. We knew what was going on. It wasn't okay. They shut that down immediately. That wasn't something that lasted years. That's not something that continues to last. It's beautiful up there. We went up there on the 4th of July. There's families fishing and they're having a great time and they're having picnics, and you're taking that all away to give it to men that own property surrounding, so that then all of them have said, Collins, Murr, Rod Powers, and Ron Tipping, which we know, have said as soon as they get it and they have talked to Mesa County, they will close that road. There is a loop at the very end of that road. It's called the Ridge Trail. That is a 4-wheeler road.
3 minutes if you could, please.
Time limit has expired.
Yeah, that's a 4-wheeler road. The mountain bikers, horses, 4-wheelers, motorcycles, they all ride that road. That is a big loop that loops back into the Fruita reservoirs. That will be shut down. That shuts off public access to Grand Mesa National Forest. That's not right. I would like an opportunity to purchase that as well.
Thank you.
Hollis Lyman.
My name is Hollis. I don't know how I'm gonna follow that one up, and I'm terrible at public speaking. I'm the original person who posted this on the City of Fruita's Facebook page, which later blew up onto the Glade Park page, and I'm here to represent Glade Park where I live. I think part of what I noticed is this distinct lack in the amazing amount of work you guys put into this information is Glade Park is never mentioned. Glade Park specifically benefits from Enoch Lake. It was previously connected to our pipeline, which in the announcements you guys put out is referred to in the past tense. That didn't happen until about a month ago. So it's very confusing that that was referred to in the past tense, as if this has been planned for a very long time and actively not considering the community who benefits from it. The original settlers in Glade Park died. There was no access to water. There was no ability to grow. And that water is a precious resource, not in the way that gold is a precious resource or oil. Water is the only reason we live on this planet. And it is the only reason Glade Park still exists. There are businesses up there, there is agriculture up there. That information was not taken from us. It was not given to you in an appropriate manner so that you could apply for grants. I am a grant writer. I have worked on multi-million-dollar grants and been awarded them, and I offered my help to apply for grants from the Glade Park Association. They said that Fruita was working on it. I know that there are grants out there from the state of Colorado, not just for repair, but also for conservation and for active use of water. I think those should be looked into. This is more valuable than $500,000. That's $37 as a one-time payment for your Fruita citizens. That's not taking into consideration Glade Park. So I think that this honor the past, envision the future is a really beautiful Fruita statement. I'm not sure how you're envisioning the future without water. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Dux.
Joe Dyke, I've lived here for 33 years, up north on 16 Road, been to Glade Park many times. Never went to Enoch Lake, but I sure hate that somebody's gonna buy it and shut off the public. Because even if I haven't gone there, many people have. And like, once you sell it, will there ever be the opportunity to buy it back? Nope. What else you got for sale? You got to be inside the city limits. That's kind of your purpose. You only want to deal with Fruita and not the holdings that were given to you by the Beard family for $1. And now it's your time to make a profit and get rid of the responsibility and shut off the public access. You know, there happens to be people that live in Fruita that go up there too. They live in your city limits and pay your taxes and comply with your garbage. You know, it makes me wonder, all the limited, no overnight camping, yeah, we're going to keep this vandalism down. Well, who is behind shutting down that? I guarantee it was Ron Tipping and Stan Murr and the people that live up there that didn't want any neighbors at night because they were allowed to be on Fruita land. Okay, so they've had their toe in the door for a long time, coaxing you into, oh, we're your buddy, we'll take care of this. And you guys have finally, I don't know if any of you have the history, but you're finally ready to tip over and say, okay, it's better in somebody else's hands. You know, the drought isn't over yet. And the water's gonna be valuable someday, but you're not gonna own it. Sure, you can't afford to put a pipeline in to get it down here. And water's gonna take care of you. And so why would you worry that you're just gonna sell it to not even the highest bidder because there was no bidding? You didn't give anybody else the opportunity to buy that. Nobody advertised this is for sale because Fruita doesn't want it anymore. Okay, so it's very well thought by the Tipping and Murr and Powers. It's very underthought by the city council.
Melanie Martinez.
Good evening. My name is Melanie Pierce Martinez, and I'm a fourth-generation Fruita native. I am emotionally attached to Enoch Lake because it is a place I spent a lot of my youth as a child with my dad. He's no longer with us, and someone told me to come speak out tonight about this. The first time I heard about this was 2 weeks ago on the Fruita message board. So if you were referring to social media as the Fruita message board for your communication for this community, that's a problem. Secondly, I'm a teacher here in the school district, and my kids write about Enoch Lake. I would like everyone here to know that. And so I'm very emotionally invested in this. And so the rest of this is just questions that I have. And I hope they're appropriate. And it's not to point any fingers, but I do feel they're legitimate. What is the explanation for the $500 price point? This is a 51.5 acre parcel on Pinon Mesa with a lake on it. You can buy a trailer with a very small lot in Holly Park for $300,000. This would mean that the going rate for an acre on Pinon Mesa is going for less than $10,000 an acre. These numbers do not add up. Who has the rights to buy this land? If U Water has the first right of refusal and didn't want it, what gives the three gentlemen the next rights to buy it? I understand that their land attaches to it, but does the law state that that would then make them next in line? Was Enoch put on the market for anyone else to buy? What steps has the city of Fruita taken to protect this land? Is anybody on the Fruita City Council related to any of the individuals buying the land? What do the new owners have planned for the lake? Does the city make the decisions on who buys the lake? Why aren't there any other buyers? Did any of city council members utilize the land growing up or spend time on Enoch Lake with their families for generations? And if the answer to that question is yes, why are you not advocating for the preservation of this area for our community? An appraisal done on this property was not disclosed by the city in response to a core request. My understanding is that the city decided to reference a state statute that allows governments to withhold documents if they think publishing them would be contrary to the public interest. Who deemed Enoch Lake contrary to the public interest? What were the dates that this matter was discussed publicly and not in an executive session? When were the two ordinance readings that would be required for something like this to pass take place? And I know those are a lot of questions and I have them written for you if you'd like to respond to my email. Thank you very much.
Deb Moreland.
Sorry, hopefully I'm not up. Can you please provide, do you have another copy of this? Could you please provide that to Mike, city manager as well? Thank you. Sorry.
Hi. My name is Deb Moreland. Is this working?
It is.
Not working very good because I can't hear very good back there, but anyway, I'm hard of hearing. I am a Fruita resident. I live on.
And I apologize. I'm going to start you over again. Could you please state your name because I didn't catch it and your address, please?
Yeah, Deborah Moreland, 254 North Mulberry Street. I'm a Fruita resident right now, but I grew up on Glade Park, on a ranch up on Glade Park. So I'm really familiar with the Glade Park people, the challenges that are up there, and the water shortages and the cooperative agreement that has been made with Fruita. And I want to applaud. I guess I want to thank Fruita for all they have done in taking care of those lakes and making them accessible to the public and stocking them and using, Fruita City resources to maintain what was there. And yes, I think water rights are important. I really wish there was some kind of a cooperative agreement that could make the people of Glade Park end up with those water rights, because they're the ones who can utilize them and really need them. And what I'm asking for here is if we could call a halt to this and start working on some kind of partnership, look for grants, look for ways that if as a citizen of Fruita, I can really see from a business standpoint, this isn't a good deal for Fruita. And really a small municipality doesn't really have any business except for this historical situation of operating lakes up on a mountaintop, but I know that you've worked with a lot of different entities and doing that. That when that One dam needed to be replaced was at Enoch, where you worked with the Army Corps of Engineers, and you've worked with the Forest Service. And it seems like a committee ought to be formed in order to, because this is just the first one, there's still the problem of the other reservoirs, which have a direct impact on Glade Park residents because they use irrigation water. A few of them do. A few of them are able to have irrigation water up there from it. But I want to really, acknowledge and recognize and thank Fruita for all you've done to, for the public good in maintaining these reservoirs. But from a business standpoint, and as a citizen, I can really understand how it ties up resources that really should be dedicated to Fruita and that manpower, all kinds of stuff, responsibilities, law enforcement up there and that type of thing. But I like to call for establishing a committee so that you could really work on some responsible solutions to this and give the Glade Park residents an opportunity to end up with their water. That's on this Glade Park water, the way I look at it. And I think that you should,
Time limit
there's
has
money, there's
expired.
grants, there's things that could be done to make that happen.
Thank you.
Roger, I'm not sure I can read the last name. Starts with a DIN.
Thank you, Roger.
My name is Roger Dingman. I don't have the good fortune to live in Fruita. I live in Glade Park, but I come down here a lot, and boy, oh boy, did I enjoy that bargain cherry pie and coffee at Camilla's for $2.95. You can't beat that. I have a question about what it says here about the sale. Really, I want to talk about two things: the effects of the sale. One of this, it says, what was the offer to purchase and so forth. As I read it, that says to me, okay, the city of Fruita theoretically, or legally, whatever, owes tipping money for work that he did. Okay. And we're going to make a deal where he gets the lake property and we just kind of erase that debt of $484,000 that the city owes. So everybody comes out clean on this. He gets the lake. You guys as a city don't owe that money anymore. Now, I may be wrong about that, and I would stand to be corrected. But my real purpose is to say that all of this that you've told us, including the fine presentation of the history of the lake and so on, leaves out one vital point. The public has established a right to continuing access to that lake. I looked up on the internet, of course, the back issues of the Daily Sentinel. You can find, okay, 1912, the Boy Scouts are camping there. 1913, the YMCA. 1914, church groups. You can find in 1951 an adventurous couple that had dinner in Palisade and then drove all the way to Enoch's Lake to enjoy the rest of the day. My point is that the public has enjoyed continuing access to that lake, just like a few years ago. And we had the quarrel with that manager of the monument, wanted to mess with the road. And we had to argue that the public had an established right of access to that road that the federal government person could not close off. In this case, it's the city, for reasons of its own, making a deal, which looks to me pretty good to both of them, but very bad for the public, which has an established right to access to that lake. What's the first thing the parties who propose to acquire it are going to do? Little barbed wire, some posts, close it off. They've been arguing, making false allegations about all the time. All the people up there are druggies. They're living all kinds of life. I've been going up to that lake for 30 years. I've gone to that lake this year, day after Memorial Day, day after 4th of July.
Time limit
Nothing
has
complete
expired.
paraphernalia, homeless people, none of that. What did I see?
Roger, I ask that you complete your thought, please.
Okay, is the time up?
Yes, it should complete your thought.
All right, I think I made the point. The public has a right to access. The city is a public entity which should not be quashing the rights of the people. Thank you.
I think this says Paul. Last name Hilliard. Hil. David, maybe.
If you could please state your name and your address.
1979 L Road.
You could clarify, that would be great.
It's David Hilgenfeld. I live at 1979 L Road. There's been a lot of comments prior to mine about the historic use and about the water rights. And frankly, I'm on board with all of those, but I want to approach from a little different perspective. And that is when a determination was made that the land and rights and water would be sold, why was there not an RFP or request for proposal put out so the public would have an opportunity if they chose to, to make an offer or to be involved in that? My thought, along with a lot of the other folks, is for $500,000, you don't get much in Western Colorado anymore. So I just am wondering about the lack of an RFP for the operation. Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Thank you, David.
That's the last one on my list.
I want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity. And I do see a hand in the back. If you would kindly come up and state your name and address.
First, I want to make sure, can everybody hear me okay? All right. My name is Monique Ramirez. I live on 16.5 Road in Glade Park. I am a direct recipient of the water irrigation rights. And Enoch Lake is actually on our agreement that we have with you guys, that we can be able to access water to that. And now it makes a whole lot more sense why we haven't been able to access water, because you have other agreements with other individual landowners that they get those rights before we can get those rights. They get the overflow. We are already in the middle of July and we're having to monitor the amount of water that can come through ours because we don't have those rights yet, because everybody else still has those rights. I grew up in Fruita, Colorado. My husband joined the Marine Corps, took us away. Never thought I'd be able to come home. I now live at Glade Park. I am beyond honored to be able to live at Glade Park and cherish our memories that we have there. And Enoch Lake is one of those. And I'm sorry, but this smells so bad. Nobody got to hear word about this until a little newspaper clip went out, and nobody saw that. We were able to see the information because other individuals stumbled upon it and posted it on our Facebook page, our internal. I didn't see anything on Fruita City. I don't know where it was. I don't know how you do your communication. This just doesn't smell right. 3 individuals got to come to you and offer up a dollar amount. Nobody else got the right to be able to do that. And the word on the street is the sale's already done. Don't even bother coming to the meeting because it's already done. So I look at you all on this board and ask, please, as the young lady spoke and said, let's pull back. Let's get a committee together and let's really look at the impact. You have individuals sitting right out there that can help you with grants. You have individuals that are extremely passionate about making sure that Enoch Lake is not sold to just 3 individuals, that we are allowed to keep that history. And as it was stated numerous times this evening, water is a precious commodity. And if you take that away, not only will we lose all of the amazing opportunities for our future family members to be able to experience Enoch Lake, like so many of us have been able to experience in our lives, but you're also going to take away all of the homestead capabilities aboard Glade Park. Again, I'm blessed to be on 16 and a half, but I just ask, please halt on this and look at what truly is the best for the community and not just 3 individuals.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to come up and speak? Could you please state your name and address?
My name's Bill Osborne. I've lived in Fruita for 73 and a half years. My great-grandfolks, my grandfolks were homesteaders in this town. They helped write the original filing on the water on Glade Park that the town now owns. Anyway, I don't think it's fair that you guys did what you did. My dad said on this town council, he would never give that water away, especially to those people. That water belongs to Fruita. Needs to stay here. If we get in a pinch, it might not be enough water, but it'd be something to help out. That's all I got to say.
Bill? Did you, sorry, Bill, did you catch his last name? All right, thank you.
SBOR.
Gentlemen,
Thank you. Thank you.
you could kindly state your name and your address?
My name's Jim Cook. I live at 2331 South 15 Road in Glade Park. I lived in Fruita for a lot of years, raised my kids, grandkids here. And then I moved up to Glade Park and I love it up there. I was just at Enoch Lake today, caught about a dozen trout, so it was pretty good. The water up there is full, it's fullest I've ever seen it. What I'm concerned about is that when I first started going up there in the 70s and all of Glade Park, it was pretty remote. I mean, you'd see the ranchers and that was about all you saw. We're getting an extreme increase of people coming up in there, mountain bikers, doing the Ridge Trail. I hunt up there, I've been doing it for years and accessing all my reservoirs. And I'd hate to lose this. And so what I'm asking the committee or the council here is to table this. We've got a lot of people that I'll be on a committee if you need me. But let's get this thing settled out. And it just went too fast. Got a lot of people now that know about it, are interested in it. Let's make this thing happen where we can access this land. The other thing I'm concerned about is if that road access gets closed to the Ridge Trail, the JS road that goes to the old Mesa Mood Gate, that'll get closed. That'll all get closed off in there. So that's not your issue because has to do with Fruita. I understand this is an albatross for Fruita to have to maintain these reservoirs. Something needs to be done. I think if we work together as a committee, we can make that happen. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim. I thought I saw the gentleman back there. We will make sure everybody gets heard. Once again, if you could please state your name and address, it would greatly be appreciated.
Okay, my name's Merritt Sixby. I live at 2339 Promontory Court in Grand Junction. I own property up there. My family owns property up in Glade Park. And we have water on our property. We're pretty fortunate because there's no water up at Glade Park and very little. Alan, I respect you, but I got to disagree with you on this. And that the appraisals are wrong. Everything's wrong what we're doing here. Number one, and that there is, you guys are selling a lake with water rights. Don't do this. That's liquid gold right there. Not that there, but we're not implants. I have family here. We're 4th generation. They've fished up there all their lives. We live, I mean, we do a lot of camping. We do a lot of stuff up there. We do a lot of 4-wheeling out there. They plan on shutting down the road at JS and 18 Road. That's wrong. That's like landlocking the forest property up there. Made comments about the forest property not being close by. It's right there. And then all you have to do is look at the map. The second thing is, or even more here to go with this, and that there is the reservoir needs maintained. But right now our administration is giving away money. Why can't we go after grants? Pretty simple. Go after grants, get it maintained. I mean, it's pretty black and white here. I don't see an issue here. Not only that there, but that is our reservoir. City of Fruita likes the idea of going out here and really advertising about bikes and everything else. When's the last time, well, you guys been up to Enoch? Probably a little while, huh? Or even have you guys even been up there? You see bikes up there, you see a lot of recreation going up there. Just because someone ruined it for us in 2016 over firing guns, rather, Todd will still run sheriffs up there and still maintain that property. He doesn't have a problem with that. Not only that there, but it is Mesa County, and that's their obligation to take that. As taxpayers, we pay for those sheriffs and those people, those deputies to go up there and take care of this. So I don't see an issue there. So I think you guys, there's a lot of miscommunication here, a lot of miscomments right here. Not only that there, but I think you've noticed here through this whole group right here, they've lived here all their lives, and you're taking something away from us. That's not your right to do that. Now, you might say legally you have that right, but I think all of us are willing to fight for this, and we're going to continue fighting for it. I want to make one other comment to you too. Some of us have, like I said, property up there. If you guys lock up Enoch Lake and you take that away, you're going to start messing with our values up there, our property values, because it does take away that water. Now, how many people do you guys think takes water off that lake all the time? There's quite a few that have taps out there that they use for irrigation, but a lot of times they use it for other things too, domestic water. I mean, it's just the nature of the beast. The other thing that I want to point out too, that I think is very important, and that there is, I think your appraisal is totally wrong. In fact, I know it is. That's Alan. I buy property all the time. It's so far out there. And Alan, you got to agree with me. The appraisal is way bad. Come on.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
You'll be next. We won't forget about you.
Hello, my name is Burdette Marquis. I lived on Glade Park for years and years. I enjoyed Lake Enoch and just living in that wonderful community, but circumstances changed and I moved down here. I want to know, is this a done deal? Can you answer that? Is this a done deal? That's my question to you.
This is for us to listen and not to.
So is there a contract written? Has this been done and finalized? Is this a moot meeting? Can you answer that for me?
I'm just going to step in for just a moment. I'm the city attorney. No, that's what the hearing tonight is on, whether or not to enter it.
Well, I'd like to offer you $100,000 more than what your standing offer is now. My name is Burdette Marquis.
Hello, my name is Nolana Wilhelm and I live on South Trail Canyon Drive. And I have a different perspective. I am a native Coloradoan, so I understand the importance of water rights. I have farming and ranching in my background as well. But my husband and I moved here just a year ago, this last May, up to Glade Park. The first time he went up there, he fell in love with it. The first time we went to Enoch Lake, he caught 4 trout and he had the biggest smile on his face. And we have continued to make memories up there. And both him and I are passionate about saving that area for the people that want to go up there to be a part of nature. And I believe that it should not be sold, that we should have the right to be able to go up there and be in God's country that he created and be able to access that land that goes beyond Enoch Lake. And I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Once again, we want to make sure everybody has an opportunity. Yes. Once again, if you could please state your name and address.
My name is Rachel Kolb, KOLB. I live at 20201 Red Cliff Road. And unlike a lot of you people here, I grew up in Michigan. And I can tell you, you could not buy a lake of that size for that amount of money, even in the depressed state of Michigan. Can't be done. You guys, you're working behind the scenes, and you know you are because look at the size of your group here. This impacts thousands of people. And this is all the people that have shown up? Come on, really? No.
Thought I saw another hand. Yes, sir.
Jerry Martinez, 317 West Otley, Fruita, Colorado. I wish I owned land up there or lived on Glade Park. But what was so great as a fourth generation Fruita boy is having that opportunity. Growing up in the poor sections of Fruita, there are poor sections of Fruita. It just got knocked down not too long ago. But having access to be able to take my children and having been able to be taken up there. When you talk about values, there's always the monetary decisions that we have to make. But there's also when you can instill values into people, when you can take your kid up there, drive a little dirt road, teach them how to drive when they're about 13, how to cast a line, how to take care of it, how to pick up after yourself, how to take all that stuff and go away from there. Been going up to Enoch for a long time. Family's already been up there this year. I'm looking forward to going up there real soon if anything goes south. But it sounds like we just, as a Fruita folk and our cousins, the Glade Park folk, we just need to get together. It needs to be more open. We need to come to a group decision that, hey, if it's all about the water, let's put a 2023 eyeball on it, see where that water is best used, see who really needs it, and get it to those people and keep it public, as was the original intention. And if you go up there, I mean, that's why they gave you the respite, because right now when you're going through 30, 40 days of 100-degree heat, there's only one place to go if you're in Fruita, and that's up to Glade Park. And if you cut that off, Mud Springs is wonderful, but there's no water. You can't take a dip. You can't just put your toes in it to cool down. You need to have Enoch Lake not Enoch for me, but anyway, Enoch Lake in order to have that access. That's what ties that whole area in. I've never been to that Trail Ridge Road, but I want to go see that too. After being here that long, and there's still new things that we own that Fruita people haven't seen. I just think that we'd be doing a real injustice if we pursued this sale and didn't look at it longer with other eyes on it and getting more feedback from the town. I know there's a lot of other Fruita folks that I'm here representing that was hoping that I would stand up and just say those things from their side too, is that we grew up there. I went to Denver. I brought my kids back to grow up here. It's what makes the Western Slope so great, and the Fruita Glade Park connection so tight. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Jared. See one more hand. Once again, I ask that you please state your name and address.
Randy Bettis, Bettis, 15901 Holloway Lane, Glade Park. So I have one personal thing to share with you. I am a Colorado resident, been a native for 42 years. My business went through eminent domain in 2013. I know what it feels like. I know that this doesn't feel right. We were offered a number from the state of Colorado, and because I had a real estate license, I was able to do my own research and got 82% more than what the state had offered us. The $500,000 doesn't sound right. Doesn't sound right. I would like to use the last of my 3 minutes to have if you need to stand and create an impact because you don't want to speak, please stand. Let these people know how much it means to us.
You still have 1:30 left.
When I think about the lake, we've been there several times. In my profession that I have now, I care for somebody that absolutely loves going to the lake. It takes us 32 minutes to get from our doorstep to that lake. I'm not a geographical person. I don't understand. It should stay there. It should be accessed. I understand that there's landowners around the lake. I've went through eminent domain. I had no choice. We have choices. Just takes time. There's grants that we're hearing from. There's a lot of options. Please don't shut it down and make a decision without the public knowing. Thank you.
Thank you. I really need to say it again. State your name and address. Thank you.
So a whole lot more people when I'm standing up here than in the back of the room. I just want you all know that. Howdy, my name is Mariel Steele. My address is 14390 BS Road. And I'm I can't talk. Ooh, this is scary. I'm also a resident of Glade Park. I haven't been here a whole long time. My husband and I moved from Florida in 2020. The draw of being here is that we love the outdoors. We love being out. Ooh, I can't talk. So we love being outside. We love hiking and running and cycling and fishing. So conservation's always been very important to us. Enoch has been public use and I want it to remain that way. Oh, this is scary.
It's all good. Don't be scared.
So it's always been my personal belief that recreational spaces are very important and they're vital to community. So I want to share gratitude other speakers have said about for the Fruita City for maintenance while it's very impractical for your city to do so. I also agree with previous speakers from Glade Park about the possibility of opening committee and I fully support that. In all sincerity, as a resident of Glade Park, I have absolutely no problem paying more in taxes if it benefits my community and surrounding communities. There's really nothing more valuable to me than keeping the public land for public use. So I respectfully ask for you to hold off on the sale until all options have been considered. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Once again, we want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to speak and to be heard. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this issue? Okay. Is there anybody? Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Liberty Martinez, Fruita Monument graduate. Been here for a long time with my family. And I just wanted to read a vision for Fruita that is on the Fruita's website. This is for everyone. It literally says our vision. So the city of Fruita values quality of place. It's an inclusive city with a small town feel, vibrant downtown, surrounded by public land. People love to live, work, and play in Fruita because the city facilitates community, safe neighborhoods, family-friendly events, and walking and biking. The city governs in a way that it's responsive to its citizens and prioritizes high-impact services and projects. To foster the fun and funky ambience around the arts, agriculture, and recreation. My question is, how can this be our vision for Fruita? However, we're contradicting ourselves in this meeting, let alone. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Candy Wentz, Candy with a K, Wentz. And I've lived in Glade Park for 20 years. A little bit of a history is in Grand Junction, when the pioneers first came out here, they had lots of water. So they sold their water rights thinking, I've got plenty of water, I don't have to worry about it. Then the droughts hit. And those people had to belly up, go back east, go further west, whatever it was, because the bigger guy was buying their water rights. I don't know if any of you guys know that, but that is part of the history of this county. So the people left. And then they come back in when it rains and it's good. For the lake at Enoch, you've heard all the emotions. I'm offering you some solutions. In Glade Park Volunteer Fire Department used to go up every Friday night when we're having the movies that we do fundraiser, would drive around the whole, all three lakes, ponds, reservoirs, drive all the way around and come back down. They called it date night because it would be a couple. They used to do that and have people put out the fires that were on the ground or whatever they were doing wrong. They policed it. They policed it probably for 10 years. I don't know if they're doing it now or not because I'm not on the fire department anymore. We have community fire department, Glade Park School, the antique one, committees. We have volunteers that you cannot believe. Please, before you decide to sell it to 3 people and make it private, consider the volunteers of Glade Park and what we would do in order to preserve Enoch Lake. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this matter? Yeah, let's make sure I'm not missing anybody. All right. All right. Oh, you.
Make a decision about what to do, and how will the broader public find out what that decision is?
We'll address that in just a moment. So with that, we're going to officially close public participation. So with that, I bring the discussion back to council. So, and then now that's back to council, we will now have public discussion amongst council. And at this point in time, we have different options of what we can do, and it will all be done publicly.
And Mayor Pro Tem, now would be the opportunity for council to ask any questions of staff after the presentation and the public comment.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go.
Who would like to go first?
I'll go.
All right, Ken.
We heard from a lot of people of Glade Park. Thank you. We've heard from a lot of people from Glade Park tonight who have water, and I understand the need for water in Glade Park. How would a sale of Enoch Lake and these properties impact the agreements that are in place that we have with Glade Park water users? Would those continue? Would they have to make new agreements with the new owners? How does that work?
Sure. So you were looking at me, so I will. I will answer that. So that agreement would continue. That pipeline is fed by reservoirs 1, 2, and 3, though 2, I don't know if everyone in this room is aware, 2 is actually not functional right now because the dam has been kind of requisitioned by the state. It needs a lot of repair. So 1 and 3 feed into that pipeline, and that water would continue to be delivered under that agreement. That agreement, Kimberly, if you could remind me, is right now in place till 2027. And then we look at it the city looks at that every 5 years along with the Glade Park water users, and makes any tweaks that need to happen. But that agreement is with the city of Fruita for that pipeline use, and that would continue regardless of this.
Mary Elizabeth, so as it sits right now, none of the water from Enoch Lake is actually supplying them with their through those, right? It's just reservoir 1 and 3, correct?
That I'm watching. Kimberly's the best one to answer that because she's.
Okay, so they'll still
That, yes.
have the same water. Go ahead. Renee.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
That's correct. Just with the availability of water over the past couple of years, there's not been enough water to actually reach the pipeline. And recently there was a leak on the pipeline to the Glade Park water users. They actually asked us if it would be okay to sever. The leak was where the Enoch line ties into the Glade Park water users line. And they actually asked if they could sever that and make the repair. And we agreed to do that.
They Glade Park. asked
Yes.
For that, yes.
And did they severed that connection with Enoch Lake because Enoch Lake does not supply water through that agreement?
Yeah, I mean, they don't receive, it's really hard to quantify what they would get because there really hasn't been enough water available from Enoch Lake in the last several years.
Oh, that's right. One thing that
This is not a,
I'm sorry, we can't take public comment any further. Again,
I'm gonna
we.
that, I'm going to ask that at this point, public participation has been closed and we continue. Ken?
So I've been on council the longest. And we've been talking about this the whole time. We've been talking about this before I came on. Every council has talked about it, talked about the problems, talked about solutions. And they kick it down the road because they knew that there'd be a room full of people that would be upset that we were talking about selling it. As part of those discussions and work that the city spent hundreds of hours looking into this, I know that we've talked, one thing we've wanted to do is to keep those lakes public. That's important. We know it's important. We're a city. We don't manage faraway lakes. We have an obligation to the city to provide core services. So, but we understand that there's a need. I used to fish at Enoch. I've been up there with my friend Bob, who's no longer with us, my uncle Steve, who's no longer with us. I've been to weddings up there. If I'm part of the council that makes that decision, it's going to hurt me as well. So it's been important to me, the 8 years I've been on, to understand the situation. We've talked to the Forest Service, right? We've talked to entities that are in this business. They're not in the city business. They're in the public lands for stuff like that we're talking about. What sorts of, have they shown any interest or Forest Service BLM in taking these over? What can you talk to the conversations we've had, Mike?
Sure. And I think Councilman Green, different entity. There's a distinction between reservoirs 1, 2, and 3, which do sit on U.S. Forest Service property. They are surrounded by public lands. Those are not, they're kind of a different animal, I guess, than Enoch is, because Enoch is surrounded by private property. So I don't want to say apples and oranges, but, reservoirs 1, 2, and 3 are on public land, surrounded by public land, and public land is defined as federally owned land. So those are, that's public. I mean, that land, you can't sell forest. Well, I take that back. The Forest Service can do, I guess, what it wants to do, but that's not something that's under Fruita's control to close off. Enoch's Lake is slightly different, surrounded by private land. And the only public land is with a lowercase p because it's owned by the city. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I guess there's a difference there, and it's accessed by a county road that, as a lot of folks have pointed out tonight, is also surrounded by private property. And I understand folks' concerns, regarding roads. And that, that is certainly a conversation to be had at the county commissioners, if that comes up. So I don't know if I answered your question.
What was Enoch?
So I guess the bottom line is I know that actually staff has met pretty recently with the Forest Service and the BLM. And, so for instance, and this is really with regards to 1, 2, and 3, they're not interested in Enoch's Lake because again, it's surrounded by private property. It's expensive. That Reservoir 2 dam, the city's been pursuing grants and funding to try, that's a multi-million-dollar fix. And so far, nothing has turned up. And the city's still waiting to hear, from another federal entity about that. So the city is certainly not, sat on its heels and not looked for solutions to try to, find grants and other money to fix and maintain these reservoirs.
I have an environmental background. I went to school for environmental here at Mesa State College. I'm a little in the water business, not water rights, but Cadillac Desert was my favorite book in college. I understand that water rights are important and you hold on to them. Can you tell me sort of the characteristics of these water rights that maybe make it not as it sort of take it out of that category as you must hold on to these?
Sure. And I am, just for everybody else's information, I'm also a water attorney. That's really kind of my specialty. So talking with the city about water rights is, that's important and totally get that. Fruita is unique because it hasn't operated its own water system since 1983, as the history presented. That pipeline would be legally impossible to get back to the city at this point because there's no way the federal government would allow the city to cross through the monument anymore. And speaking of expense, I don't know if the city would be able to handle that. So as far Enoch's Lake was, came into the city's water right portfolio late in comparison to the water rights decreed to the pipeline and decreed to reservoirs 1, 2, and 3. And it was originally decreed by the Beards for domestic irrigation and livestock watering. So it wasn't decreed for municipal use. I could spend hours getting in the weeds on all this, but I guess, it wasn't part of that pipeline that was serving the city. It actually wasn't constructed until the 50s. The other reservoirs were constructed earlier as far as information and history of tales of people going up and visiting those. Those were the reservoirs 1, 2, and 3. So these water rights, you had the right of first refusal to purchase those. And that's a public entity that runs a public water system. They're in the business of looking at water rights, valuing water rights and what is needed. And they looked at the Enoch's Lake water rights and said, this is of no value to us. We can't get it where we would need to get it. And so in this instance, the water rights value is, they don't have much value to the city or as public water, aside from recreation, which I believe we all understand is, important public use, but it doesn't have value beyond that.
Does
that help?
That does. Also, if we got in a terrible situation and water became like gold, the water rights, are they junior to other water rights that would
They are
have rights to that water before us?
Thank you for bringing that up. Colorado operates under the prior appropriation system, meaning first in time, first of right in right. So the senior water rights, when there's a shortage, get to operate and take all the water to the detriment of junior water users. That water right wasn't decreed until the I don't have it right in front of me, but I think it was decreed in the late thirties, but wasn't constructed until the fifties. That is very junior. And Enoch, that's the Fruita pipeline. Yeah, not Enoch's Lake. I'm talking about Enoch's Lake. Yeah. So Enoch's Lake is very junior. It is junior to the Colorado River Compact. It is junior to, well, pretty much a lot of things. So it would get called out, and if there was a severe drought, be unable to fill.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for now.
Thank you.
Aaron, I'm just going to kind of go around.
Sure.
Any questions?
We didn't talk too much about it, but has the county ever showed interest in? Well, first I'm going to back up, say, I appreciate everybody coming out and expressing their themselves. There's definitely a lot of good things that I heard to help me to make a decision this evening in whatever final decision. And so I really appreciate that. I appreciate the community coming out and saying what they have. County, has it ever been talked with the county to see if they have an interest in taking over? If it's through purchase, if it's $1 or $500,000, have we talked to them about doing anything? Because I guess how I'm looking, I asked that question because as a city, Enoch, beyond the recreation, does not have any value to us. I understand the recreational aspect of it. Glade Park, it impacts you guys a lot as you're in the near vicinity and you're in the county. So that's why I'm asking the question. So where have our discussions been with the county if they take over in some fashion, if it's purchase or whatnot?
I'll let Mike answer that.
The Mesa County has not shown any interest in obtaining Enoch Lake or owning Enoch Lake in any way. We have reached out to Mesa County and the city of Grand Junction, as well as BLM, U Water, the U.S. Forest Service, and also Colorado Parks and Wildlife multiple times over the last, at least in the 8.5 years I've been here, we've convened them multiple times for meetings. They have not shown interest in Enoch Lake. We do hope to have some upcoming conversations regarding 1, 2, and 3 with Mesa County, because those are the ones that are tied to unincorporated Mesa County residents. And we've had a long running agreement with the Glade Park Water Users Association, which has been increased over the years, and they've been a great partner with that. But no, we have not had any interest from those entities with Enoch Lake.
And have we talked with them since receiving this offer?
I know, I believe some of them, some have reached out to some of you, and we've invited them to, right around the time we received the offer, we had just asked those entities if they had any interest, again, in whether it's the rights for the properties up on the mountain water or interest in rights that we have from the Colorado River as well.
I'm kind of jumping over to conversations with how the deal went down. I do appreciate the concern with that it's behind closed doors. It's to the rich folks or whatever it's being said. But I do want to convey that the fashion we've taken discussions have been through the legal process that's been established through our charter. Correct? Is that the best way to put it? Thank you. And no backdoor deals have been done. It's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we received an offer through the charter. We're allowed to entertain that offer, and we don't have to do that through a bid process or an RFP process because we're selling something. We're not trying to receive a service from someone which would need a bid.
That is correct.
And I also want to ask the question, the deal is not done.
That is correct. As I said earlier, the deal is not done.
We could rip this up and throw it away
Well,
today if
there,
we wanted.
there has been an offer. There has not been an acceptance. There isn't a signed contract.
Um,
Please,
Please,
please, no.
Yeah.
There's more money out there.
We'll address all of this stuff, guys. Believe me, we all understand exactly what you want to say. Just let us get through the process. It's the right way that we have to do this a certain way, okay? We understand that you want to buy it. And we understand that she wants to buy it. Believe, we heard you. Let us talk our way through it, okay? If you'll just let us get where we're going.
Thank you. When it comes to the appraisal, why did we choose this individual? What gives credence to in his professional opinion or their professional opinion that the value is only $425,000?
Sure. So one thing I just want to clarify, I think somebody made a comment earlier about the appraisal itself being withheld as being contrary to public interest. Actually, under the Open Records Act, appraisals are not to be disclosed until like the actual appraisal document itself, until after a deal has closed. There's, I guess, a lot of this legislature wrote it that way. That's why the document was not disclosed. That being said, I contacted 3 or 4 appraisers in the valley to find somebody who, because it is land and water rights. Arnie Butler's office was the only one that would actually appraise water rights. So that's one reason ended up with that. In the appraisal, I think some of the issues that were highlighted in Kimberly's presentation, the reason the value maybe isn't as high, and I don't disagree. I know people's values have skyrocketed and that it's really expensive to buy property places, is because it is surrounded by private property. There isn't a lot of land around the lake itself, as far as looking at building spots, that sort of thing. I'm not an appraiser, excuse me. So, we hired an expert, and that's the information that we received.
So, I appreciate Ken bringing up like this. As a municipality, this lake is not part of our core services that we offer, but we do understand that there's a value in it. It's just not for the core values of the city. Let's see. I appreciated the comments that talked about access to other areas up in that around Enoch's Lake. What accesses would be cut off? We talked, like I heard discussion about certain roads being cut off if this property was sold. Is what trails and roads are cut off?
I wouldn't be able to answer that because that would be a county discussion and decision. It is accessed by a public county road. So there would have to be a process if there was going to be any road closure, but that would be a county process that's not up to the city.
So it's also not within the proposed sale either.
No, there's nothing within the proposed sale that would cut off a road or shut down a road. No.
I think that one that they're probably talking about is just the trail access that's probably built around the property. Is probably not an official road or something like that.
I apologize. I don't know, but I do know that there's not a road that's part of the proposed transaction.
That definitely is a concern. Yeah.
I want to ask questions about Mike. Can you kind of just give an overview of when we make things public, why we started off an executive session? During executive session, that's where the core request came in, and then also when it was then determined to go to public hearing and following statutes to have first and second readings, that we've gone through, just to represent that we've gone through the correct process with as we go through this to make a decision.
Yes, and Mary Elizabeth, our city attorney, can answer more specifics on the executive session, but simply the state statute allows municipalities to go into executive session for only a very few items, and one of those is negotiation, and there's also another one that is for advice from your city attorney.
Mike, I will also add, you can go in for discussing the sale of city property. And one distinction, just for everybody's edification, is when you go into executive session for the sale, to discuss the potential sale of city property, you actually do have to list in the notice, which is in the public notice that goes on the agendas, what property you're talking about. And I would just, for everybody's edification going forward, just because there's something in executive session, any action has to be taken in public session. And so if you see something on an agenda, and even if it says it's executive session, still come, because there could be something that has to be discussed after that regarding that subject matter. So just, as you read through agendas, if there is something that you're interested in, just bear that in mind, because that's always, you come out, there has to be a decision in open session.
Just to reiterate, there is no decision allowed to be made in executive session.
Correct. You have to.
All through the public, yes.
So in open session, city council directed us to proceed with this process. So the question has been brought up of what's the process, the public process for a city conveying land, and this is the process. So it's scheduling it can only, by our charter, conveyance of land, or it has to be done through an ordinance process, and an ordinance process has 2 readings. And so what happens is there's a public notice that goes out in the paper, it goes out in our agendas and our website and all those things for a first reading. The first reading is simply to set the public hearing that we're at tonight. The city council received an offer, and to consider that and discuss an executive session is available for a discussion. But to make a decision and can make any considerations, that has to be done in open session through this ordinance process. And that's what was publicly noticed a month ago for tonight's meeting. Trying to think if was there something else related to that question.
And to be clear, this was an unsolicited offer.
Correct. And I guess also a good opportunity. I know there were some questions about, is this a done deal or not? So you're under no obligation, that we're under no contract. We've received an offer. Anybody can make offers at any point in time. You can determine if you're going to consider them or not. And you have to consider them through this process, an ordinance process in public hearings. And then you have the opportunity to decide if you want to convey the property or not only in this setting. And no other setting would you have that opportunity to make that decision.
Thank you. Any other questions at the moment?
That's it for now.
Okay. Amy?
I don't have any questions, but I really want to express, and I'm going to get emotional about this because this one is, it's emotional for me. I am a 4th generation Fruita resident. I spent a lot of time at Enoch Lake with my grandparents and my cousins, and we camped up there, and we did watch some of the reason for the closing of the camping in 2016. And my brother was actually involved in a head-on collision with a very intoxicated man who was pulling his meth camper up to Enoch. He totaled his vehicle. He didn't get anything out of that because, of course, this gentleman also didn't have any insurance, but neither here nor there. This is not something that is light or easy to talk about or to make a decision about. I don't want you guys to think that, we're just flipping this around and it's not an easy thing. I know I speak for other residents who have lived here for generations and generations, and and hearing you guys and your stories, I've been there. I took my kids up there fishing and camping, and it is a beautiful place. And I just want you to know that we're taking it very seriously. This is not something, and as Ken said, it's been discussed for decades. I remember my dad being, very involved in discussions 30 years ago about, what was going to happen with these mountain properties. I appreciate the passion that you guys are bringing and the stories that you're sharing. So just a little bit different perspective. Sorry.
I do have one more.
Yes, Ken.
Since we've talked about it and there's people are offering money, what options do we have? I know we're just talking about this during this hearing. I don't know if we can discuss like what options would a city have to, at this point, could we decline an offer, put it out to bid?
So
Other offers, put it up for sale?
So your action tonight, you have an ordinance in front of you on second reading. And you can either adopt the ordinance, or you can table the ordinance to a date certain, continue it. Or you don't act on it at all, and then it fails. Deny. And
May I ask a
then,
clarifying
then
question on that? If we do nothing tonight, does that mean that offer that doesn't negate the offer that's out there? We would just have to start the process over?
that is correct. So what would happen is the ordinance would not go into effect. So if the offer is still standing because it's an offer, but it hasn't been accepted. And then, if you, Ken, I guess it's up to you guys. It's not really on the agenda to discuss other options, but that would obviously leave this matter open. And you guys could put it on an agenda at a later date to discuss other options or process or.
And at that point, Mary Elizabeth, if we did do that and we decided to not make a decision tonight, then other people wanted to put in an offer. In the meantime, there's nothing stopping them from doing that, is there?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And all offers to purchase real property, and water rights are real property, have to be in writing.
And just to add to that, if we continue this or table it in some fashion, the current offer can they rescind at that point or keep it on the table?
Sure.
What are?
Sure. I'm not giving, I can't give them legal advice, but it kind of two different things you just talked about there, though. If you continue the hearing, then this ordinance is still active. It is still available to be acted upon. So you would say, you would make a motion to continue this, let's say, to the first meeting in September. And then that means that this particular process is still open, but a decision has still not yet been made. Other offers may come in. The current people with the offer might rescind, but you kept this ordinance open. If you make no decision tonight, if you decide to let it die, for lack of a better word, this ordinance then is no longer being considered. So at that point, it's wide open. Does that make sense? You have now got you take a step back and you would start the process, or you would, you could decide on a different process. People had made some suggestions tonight. You might decide to go one of those routes, but that would be at another public meeting where you put it on the agenda to talk about that specific.
So, sorry, James, I'm okay. So if we did decide to table this to say like September, and that would leave that offer still in our court, right? We could.
They could
rescind it at any time.
Rescind that.
At any.
But we wouldn't, if we decided between now and September that we were going to go with it, we wouldn't have to rewrite everything, and we
You would not have to renotice because it would it would be still publicly noticed. And
so all the work that's been done on this particular offer up to that point, we wouldn't have lost it.
Correct.
But in the meantime, other people could step up and offer.
I'd like to point out in the agreement that it says if it's not executed by August 31st.
So we would need to, they would need to amend the offer to extend the acceptance deadline. That would be up to them.
Unless we meet prior to August, we do the continuance not to exceed August 31st.
Right.
And
Okay.
Kimberly, you mean fully executed. So we would obviously have to hit a mark prior to that so that it would hit underneath that, correct?
Right,
Timing-wise, yeah.
right. But it,
Time it out right so that fully executed it by August 31st. Is that what you said? So we would have, we only have so long that we could table it to still make that, but that
right,
would
and right.
give some other options.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out, Kimberly.
I'm good. I'm gonna wait. I have other stuff, but I just want to jump in on that.
Okay. Janine,
I just wanted to clarify, the amount still owed to Mr. Tipping is $140,000. Is that correct? Thank you.
so it's a total
Okay,
value of
so-
640.
Total value of 640, because that would be forgiven. And on top of that would be the 500. So it's not a wash of amount of money, correct?
Mhm.
And also I really want to thank you all. I think each of us have expressed like your words are important to us. Your thoughts and emotions mean something to us. We're up here to represent the citizens of Fruita, and even those of you who are not from Fruita, we hear you and we understand the importance. We all are parents and grandchildren as well. Like, we understand history and love this town. So thank you for your passion and for your words. I appreciate that. I think my fellow, I did want to ask, Kimberly, if you could, the total amount of maintenance basically up there was over $1 million. Is that correct? That the city has put into over the last, since 2004?
That's only hard cost and not labor cost. Is that correct?
So the two slides I showed was capital projects that were completed on Mountain Water. That was over $1 million over the years. And then the other slide was the maintenance. So that's staffing and, supplies, materials, things of that nature.
And just to clarify, as Kimberly mentioned in the presentation, that was for all the
Yeah.
reservoirs. That's
Do we
not
have
for
can we
Enoch.
pull Enoch Lake out of
We
that?
cannot,
We can't,
no.
okay.
We don't.
That would be
track it.
more, obviously better
haven't.
information for this particular
The whole
topic.
experience is over $2 million with projects and labor costs and supplies over the early 2000s to current
Yeah, and I
for all the properties.
tell you,
I should say we can't track the staffing levels, the projects.
the maintenance that has been required on Enoch Lake has required staff over the years. They were going up 3 times a week to haul trash out. There was restrooms were a disaster. We actually have to take up our vac truck, which is about a $500,000 piece of equipment. That is our sewer vehicle, to go up and pump out those facilities and then bring it back to the city of Fruita. And there is some current concern that you're taking a vehicle that's not designed for that type of county road and that environment. And you're also then bringing a fully loaded vehicle down the Colorado National Monument that could put our staff at risk.
And then again, I think this has been asked before, but just to clarify, we did not go pursue the sale of this lake. This was an offer that just came to us. I mean, obviously the council for years and years has talked about this potential. So that's on public record. So that information is out there. But we didn't pursue this offer. Therefore, all this time that the council has, way before any of us even has discussed this, at any time, anyone could make an offer and would be then come back to review to whichever council that would have been, whether prior to us or now. Correct?
That is correct. And because this does, I just want to point out that because this offer includes the purchase of water rights pursuant to the agreement with Ute Water Conservancy District, that offer has to be presented to them, to their board. So it was heard at a public meeting with them for them to decide whether or not they're going to exercise their right of first refusal. So in the event the city, if it were to either table this or decide to let this ordinance, not go forward, if it receives another offer, it does need to go back to Ute because we still are under that right of first refusal.
Okay. I don't think Again, I'm sorry. I just want to be really, really clear. The irrigation water for Glade Park is not coming from Enoch Lake.
Correct. It's coming from reservoirs 1, 2, and 3, if 2 is operable.
Okay, which is not part of this discussion currently.
It comes through it's basically the water rights that what were the original Fruita pipeline to the town. And it actually wasn't until 1983 that the city went to water court to specifically get that water right decreed for irrigation up on Glade Park, because before that, its only decreed use was municipal use, which arguably includes irrigation, but municipal would imply it's coming down to the municipality. So the city did go to water court in 1983 to confirm that irrigation use by non-city residents. Right.
Okay. Give me any,
Janine, but no.
oh, sorry. A lot of stuff trying to keep track of.
Sure.
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. So I want to kind of reiterate, thank you, everybody, to coming out and speaking and letting your voice be heard. Also, please understand that we did not solicit this offer. We did receive the offer, and it is our obligation to do full due diligence on any offer or on offers that are presented to us. So I just want to make sure, does anybody else have any other questions before we continue some discussion?
I want to clarify one more thing. Originally, when we got the appraisal and the article in the Daily Sentinel, the initial Daily Sentinel article went out about this offer, and the appraisal was not included in that article and cited for legal reasons. At a later date, and I think you put it up there, Kimberly, but at a later date, the appraisal actually was released to the public.
Not the document, the amount.
Not the
The amount
document,
was.
but the amount was released to the public at a later date. In our public, it would
Was in a
have been in
public
our
meeting.
public meeting, which our minutes are accessible from our website at any time.
So all the questions that I had basically put down, we've already answered, but I definitely am excited about the conversation portion of this program. Oh, it's a program. But I do want you guys to understand, as us as a council, and it's been said several times, we didn't solicit this. And I understand that it's a very heated topic. We were just brought this as a council, as for the staff brought this up to us, because for us as a council, it's our job to do what's best for our city financially and for other things. But really, financially, this hurts us to have this. And this is the problem with it. So us immediately, the first things we asked are the same things you guys were asking. We're very concerned about water rights. We were very concerned about the people in Glade Park having water. These are exactly the same things that we brought up. There wasn't definitely not nefarious behind the scenes. There's been joked that we're making money. My wife thought that was hilarious, but it's just not the reality. The reality of these things are being presented us, and we're supposed to look at them and decide what is the smartest decision to move forward. We do definitely appreciate all you guys showing up and bringing additional information, because we're only presented the information that we're presented. So by looking at that, we know now that those water rights, sure, the first thing I said was water rights. Those water rights aren't of the value that they come across as by water rights. We can't use them. So that immediately gave us the, well, okay, that makes sense. How is Glade Park getting their water? Glade Park doesn't get their water from Enoch Lake. They get it from 1-3. My father-in-law lives in Glade Park. He's a farmer. Yes, I want to make sure he's getting his water. So again, we're going to get into the conversation piece of that. I just want to reiterate those particular questions, because those water rights are really of no use to us. And as a city, we're just paying to maintain this thing. Now, in the conversation, I do like the idea of Glade Park taking some ownership on the maintenance and things like that if we were to keep it. So I know as we get in the conversation, that's going to be a piece. So believe me, if you guys are here and you're going to step up and you're going to want it, we're going to throw it at you and we're going to ask you to step up and do it. So get ready for that. If you want to show up and you want to say some stuff, if you're ready to do it, we'll talk about that. But just know that those are the questions and that stuff's out there. But please don't just throw rocks at us. All we're doing is trying to make the best decisions that we can for our city and for Glade Park. And believe me, we have talked about it and talked about it and talked about it. We love Glade Park. We love Enoch Lake. We love Fruita. We love all you guys just the same. We're just trying to make wise decisions. And believe me, you showing up with the passion that you showed up with, that counts. And we will be talking about that in that. So I just wanted to preface all that with that.
You good?
Yes.
All right. So I think most of my questions have been answered. But based on some of the discussions from here and then from what we've heard, I just want to kind of float the idea out among fellow council in terms of doing a continuance on this. To talk about, I know you had concerns about access issues, to really making sure we understand that. And my understanding is if we do a continuance, that would also allow for unsolicited offers to be presented to council. Is that correct?
Well, there's nothing that's ever kept any offers from coming. There's no, yeah.
But it's just, we have a group here that's passionate.
We're just
Right, and we
put it
want
out.
to make sure, as James put it far more passionately than I did, we heard you and we're going to throw it back at you.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but I would like to kind of discuss maybe doing a continuance to get some additional information like Ken was concerned about in terms of access.
One thing that I understand, if we do decide to continue to investigate some access issues or any questions that we feel are unresolved, there is a possibility, and I don't know the legal pieces of it, but we could lose an offer.
Yes.
On this. And then we could receive an offer later that's less than what we're at now. That's just something
That's the chance. we have. Yeah.
Reality.
It's the reality of the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I, you know,
Aaron?
I have heard and appreciate the comments that have been made tonight. And it definitely has helped me in where I'm going with my decision. I'm definitely leaning towards deferring in some fashion. I want to ask that question one more time of staff and attorney of what our options are between continuing and all those options. Because I do agree with James. Like I want to throw it back at you. You're saying we're here, we want to do something.
Yeah.
Don't forget us up on Glade Park. Because, you know, I as James said it, and it's hard to say it clearly and not get misconstrued, but it's of value to the specific, our city down here, it has a different value for us than it does for you guys. And what I hear is give us a chance.
Yep.
Give us a chance
That's what I'm hearing too.
be able to come together as a community. If it's a micro community of just Glade Park, or if it's the whole Dane County or whatnot, I want to throw it back at you and challenge to find another solution, because I do like the idea of keeping it public. Fruita. Let me see if I can say this right. Fruita, we don't need to have the responsibility for managing this lake. Somebody else does, and we need to find that. If it is the community itself, is it an individual that wants then in whatever legal position convey it back to the county in some fashion? Like, I'd rather see it stay public. That's a good chunk of the passion that I've heard is like, we want use. We don't want to lose it. I have concerns with access, if it's trails or roads or what's that process of going through the county if we did sell it to privately. So as James said it, I want to throw it back at you. That's where I'm going at. I know my questions when it comes down to the exact nuance of things legally and process wise is I want to ask those questions again, just to make sure that I'm supporting the right way. But generally speaking is we need to do some more due diligence. We need to look at other options to, in honest effort to keep it public and keep access available.
So Aaron, I don't want to ignore this and let it die on the vine. I'm more comfortable doing it as a continuance with a specific date. So that it just doesn't float out there and we find ourselves kind of having to potentially start over.
So is the process, it's all in, let me just drop them out. So the August 31st is far too close. So I think number one is need to ask for possibly an extension on the contract.
That's not up to us, but
That's
to ask for one.
Please let us discuss this.
So so as Kimberly pointed out, again, when you make, an offer, you have an acceptance deadline. The current
Extend the acceptance.
the current acceptance deadline is August 31st.
Is that the acceptance deadline or is that the execution deadline?
That's the acceptance deadline, which is the same thing.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
I guess
because
just
once you accept it, you've signed it.
Okay.
Now it's a contract.
I guess what I'm saying is asking them because they would have to extend it or
So you could.
Mary Elizabeth's going to explain.
Let me finish real quick. So you could continue it to a date prior to August 31st. And you're then within that window of that offer staying open. Again, the parties that have made the offer could still rescind it if they wanted to. You could extend it past August 31st and ask them to extend the acceptance deadline. They could say no. That'd be the same as them rescinding the offer.
Correct.
The offer would disappear. Or as I said earlier, the third option is you don't do anything. This particular process then comes to a halt and you have it on an agenda at a later date
to restart the
to
discussion.
restart a discussion, however you guys decide you want to start that.
My
With-
gut.
with- I was just gonna say, with that said, I'm in favor of just not doing anything so we can bring this back onto another public hearing to talk about how can we.
It would not be a public hearing, it'd be a public meeting.
Public meeting.
So the
Yes.
hearing's over. Like,
The hearing
Fair
would be
enough.
over.
I guess what I'm thinking of is we've got a lot, if we're throwing it back at the community, we've got to have time. And that August 31st is not, I don't think is,
So looking at
Too
your
close?
calendar, I think the last meeting in August is August 15th that we have. Is that correct?
Is that Ciara?
and so I guess
Looking at our calendar, is that when we,
maybe I'm missing some
that's
things,
when
but
we would have to go?
I'm just trying
August
to.
15th? Okay.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is,
Well, you could schedule a meeting anytime you like with notice.
so I guess what I'm trying to say, and we'll work within the confines of the processes that we need to have, but I don't want to just throw it and say, come on back. It's like, how can we effectively have that happen if it's have another meeting where public come up and give their ideas? Do we form a community committee to look at it like we can't just
And that would be the discussion to be held at
that next meeting?
a next meeting.
And that's what I want to do.
That cannot be part of.
That can't be discussed
And
tonight.
This is only about the ordinance itself.
And that's fair.
Correct.
And that would be just leaving it alone and not doing anything, right?
No,
So if you
No.
do,
tabling it.
well,
Two
no,
months.
you could do it either way. You could do it either way. You could so with an ordinance, you either adopt it or it doesn't get adopted, meaning it just is done. Or you continue it to that date certain, which keeps it open, but that means you need to I guess I would suggest if the majority of the council is in favor of kind of opening this back up entirely to all sorts of different options, I don't see a reason to continue the hearing because you're going to be having to try to squeeze in a meeting before that next public hearing to kind of go through all this and decide, and you've still got the hearing sitting out there. Do you see what I'm saying? And are you going to then make a decision that that's still the route you want to go? So I think it would make more sense, depend if majority of council is in favor of looking at other options, then I would not adopt this ordinance.
Means.
No,
That was a process suggestion. I'm not telling anybody what to do.
Yeah.
No. I thought Janine had.
well, I do. I need a little more clarification about that because I mean, I hear what you're saying. If we don't adopt it, that puts an end to this ordinance.
Correct.
And then if the same buyers wanted to come back, they could bring it back, but we would have to go through this whole thing all over again.
Correct.
But I guess if you are, if you wanted to have another meeting to discuss, or, if other offers come in, you have to do this process for any offer that's going to be actually considered.
Separately though.
Yeah, separately.
Yeah, so we could continue this.
You could continue this, but
if something else came up, then we would go through that process as well.
Well, what I would, I guess one other way to look at it is if you continued this and you held another meeting or you had another offer come in or something, this hearing on this ordinance would be at a date certain. You'd have the same decisions to make. You would either not adopt the ordinance or continue it again.
Right.
So if someone wanted to come to that meeting and present us with an idea that they came together as a community with on that, say if we said,
It's a separate meeting. Do not tie that to a
Okay.
hearing on this ordinance. That's a separate thing.
we could shoot down the ordinance though, if someone came up with a plan, they came up and said, we would like to do this. Consider this before you consider the ordinance.
We would need to have whatever that is prior to the meeting. So it could be put on the agenda. Is that correct?
Right. I mean, if a group came to you with a suggestion or a proposal, that's not something you could just be like, yes or no, like right then. I mean, it's just
Would have to go
exactly
through the whole process.
there. Well, if it's not a purchase, it doesn't necessarily have to go through an ordinance process. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we'd have to see what that proposal was. There'd probably have to be meetings with staff. There would have to be,
Other due diligence.
other due diligence, just like due diligence through this. So I guess Commissioner Williams, sorry, I apologize for keep saying Commissioner. Counselor Williams, I don't think that's going to be something that happens quickly in one meeting that you've like all of a sudden got a different answer.
Yeah.
I think there's still confusion. Continuance will set a certain date
For this,
for this ordinance alone.
correct.
And if we don't do anything, then it keeps the ordinance open. And
At that next hearing, at that date certain, at that next hearing, if you didn't do anything, that ordinance dies.
at the next one. And so
Do we already have that scheduled? The
What?
second reading or
This is the second
Right,
reading.
this is the second reading, right.
So I guess another way to put it is this is your second reading on an ordinance. There's no technical denial of an ordinance. It's just whether you accept it or not. So if you continue it to a date certain, you're just changing the decision on accepting this ordinance at a
Or not.
future date. If you choose not to accept it and not to continue it to another meeting, it's done, it's over, you start over. So I mean, you have to, I think you need to have a discussion about the purpose of not making a decision tonight. And if that purpose is to consider more about this ordinance, then that would be a continuance. If the purpose is to start a completely new process, then and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't see why you would continue this ordinance.
Yeah, that's what yes, I would agree with that. From a process perspective.
James?
What do you guys think about this? What if, I know it's a fifth Tuesday, but it falls before the 31st. It's August 29th. What if we table this ordinance to the 29th? And then we put on the agenda for the 15th. The city of Glade Park community is going to approach us with an idea of how they could take over the maintenance or whatever they want to come up with. We give them some time on the 15th to come up with something, unless some of them want to offer to buy the property in the meantime.
Counselor Williams, I would suggest that if you guys want to have, proposals brought to you, to not have, to have that be submitted in writing prior to the meeting,
Okay.
because I think it's going to be really, you need to have something that you can have an actual like presentation and discussion
Well,
about.
the reason I'm bringing it up is
Okay.
because they're very passionate about this. I'm sure that they would happily go to their community hall some point in the next week or two and sit down and have a conversation and have come up with some great ideas that they would love to present us before we make a final decision on this. So we would give them an opportunity to come up with the solution. And then we could table this to the 29th. If they don't come up with the solution, oh, well, we move forward with this. Or they've come up with the solution, and that gives us something more to think about. Because we can, we can get the information that we need about the access. For me, the biggest thing on this was the water and the issue with dealing with the policing and maintenance of that property. That's why I was moving forward with it, because we're having to take care of that. And that's, if they give us a way to take that off our plate, they really
Well, and
easily get me to
remember,
vote the other way.
There's one big maintenance thing that hasn't been talked about, but that was the subject of the non-monetary obligation to tipping, is it is a jurisdictional dam, which means it is regulated by the state
Okay.
and you have to meet state standards. They do inspections every 6 years, inspections every 6 years. It's not a high hazard dam, which means it has kind of fewer requirements than, for instance, the one up at Reservoir 2, but it is still a jurisdictional dam that, there was close to $500,000 worth of repairs done pursuant to that agreement with tipping. So just for anybody who is interested in taking over this property or taking over the maintenance of that reservoir, you're getting a dam. Which
Well,
is
wouldn't
not.
that be, they would understand that that was part of the thing
Well,
and
I
they'd
just
have a
want-
contract with
we
us,
had not
right?
really talked about that
Okay.
specifically. And so I just want to put that out there for folks who are considering, a proposal that's a piece of it.
And again, I'm not saying that this is the way out, but I would like to throw out some ideas of ways to let them move forward. Because I know we've done all the things we were supposed to do. We did publicly say when we were supposed to and the timelines that we were supposed to. Unfortunately, you guys didn't see them. And now you have seen them, and you are acting and you're saying, but you're coming at it from behind. And I want to understand, I want you to understand that sucks for you. But it's not our fault that you didn't see it, because we did it the right way. And I'm not faulting you for that, but I do want to try to give them a chance now that they do know.
Let's address.
So, sure.
Please. Okay.
I just want to sort of go back to the history of what we've done. We've talked about like, oh, maybe we should not make a decision on this, let it die on the vine, and then let the community think about a creative approach. We've been trying to think of a creative approach. Correct me if I'm wrong. The landowners surrounding the lake, the Glade Park Water Users Association, they know that this is a burden on us, and we've been talking to them about, we need to find something to do with these. And so the groups that could have the benefit that could take these over, that aren't a city, they've known about this for years. And we just got an offer. It's not like as soon as we decided we might want to do it, they're like, here's an offer. You know what I mean? Like the stakeholders that could do something have sort of known, right? So I guess what I'm saying is like, we can't just assume that if we table this if we let it go away, that a group will pop up and it'll get taken care of, or that if another offer comes in, it could likely be another private owner that it goes out of public access again. So we may not be solving the problem that these folks have with the attachment to this reservoir. I do think that the access issues is something that personally I'd hate to close off access to something landlocked, something that people have used historically.
But you're referring to the other trails and roads.
Yeah. And I would like more information about,
I'm with you, Ken.
I would hate to make a decision and have something come up tomorrow, like, look what you did, you silly goose. So I guess I would be in favor of tabling that, because the city's
Continuing.
continuing because the city of Fruita does not want Enoch Lake. But I mean, it's been the opinion of council and staff for years and years and years that we don't want this lake. We don't want to take care of it. We do want the public to have it, but so it's my opinion that we figure out to make sure that we're not doing, to understand what we're doing before we do it. So I would be in favor to continue it to whatever date makes sense.
And if
Let me ask fellow council, would you be open to a meeting on the 5th Tuesday?
Yes,
Which would be the 29th.
I would be, yeah.
Okay.
Of August?
Of August.
And so that still gives us time to, the offer is still live until then,
Correct.
which
So it allows us the opportunity to get the information we seek. And as it relates to this ordinance, it's all we can discuss. If something happens in the interim and can be added to the meeting agenda
fair enough.
for the 15th, that is what it is.
I'm definitely in favor of continuing it to the 29th and asking the community that if they want it. There's a great deadline of having stuff before the 15th to talk on the 15th, that there's ideas as well.
And I want to be careful how I say this. I don't want to be necessarily Debbie Downer. But I do want to set expectations. We want out of this obligation and this liability. And I understand what we're looking for. And we have an ordinance which gets us to that, which is something that is concrete and actionable. And anything we do has to be concrete and actionable. So.
Yes, I agree.
Part of looking into this access is if there is access, maybe we can talk to the offerers about maintaining that access.
Well, I mean,
Oh, yeah, I mean, but if we were to decide not to do the offer, we could tell them why and they could make the decision about what they want to do.
They want to amend the offer, is that what it would be?
yeah, I mean, so I think Counselor I mean, and again, I apologize because I don't know all the roads and trails up there, but if a road is a county road, then that requires county action to close, which is a, public process. Just talking with Mike just now, the city, the part, like the land surrounding Enoch's Lake, the city only controls that little connection to the county road. Does that make sense? So as far as if there's then, I don't know, Counselor Williams, if they're bandit trails or, actual authorized trails on Forest Service land or anything. But to close anything that's a public access requires a public process. But I don't think, we can bind a private, somebody from asking, and we certainly can't bind the county to do something or not do something. So I'm not sure. We can certainly get more information as to what might be at risk, but I'm not sure that we could actually within a month or 5 weeks, come up with the solution that ensures that it all stays
Are we ready for a motion?
perfect.
A person can make a motion at any point in time.
I motion to continue this ordinance until the 29th of August.
Is that just this ordinance or all three?
Just this ordinance.
Well,
Oh, well,
We haven't had public comment.
have to work through all,
haven't-
we have to work.
on
through
the- on the
all.
we have to work
the
through, so it would just be this ordinance,
just
because this
this
is the
one.
only hearing that's open.
Ordinances, Enoch's Lake is ordinance 2023-07, right?
Great, and that's the one
only
you can
thing
make.
we can this is the only thing we can take
So
action on
I-
right now.
My motion is to continue ordinance 2023-07 until the 29th of August.
So to have a special meeting,
Right, it would be a
Establish
special meeting.
Special meeting.
So we have a second. All right, any further discussion among council?
I'm sorry, who seconded? Okay.
Okay. We have a first and second. I think we have closed or no more questions. Could you please poll council?
Counselor Cry,
Aye.
Counselor Miller, Counselor Hansi,
Yes.
Counselor Purser,
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Motion passed. Oh, Counselor Bremen,
Yes,
sorry. Motion passes 6-0.
Right. thank you. Okay, I'm going to ask some help.
Is it just a follow? I think this is a good time to just ask staff to do further due diligence on accesses, trails and all that, just to better understand that as we continue or as we get to the 29th.
Sure. Do you
Or if
guys
it's
wanna-
available before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good idea.
We've had a request that we take a 5-minute recess, bio break. I don't know if that's the.
Should we, I think that, so right now we just tabled this ordinance to a further
We did a
date. Or a
continuance.
continuance of this ordinance to a later date. It is, we have not approved this to be sold tonight.
Right, it is a continuance. Okay. Thank you. It is 9:24. I think some people's teeth are chattering. I say we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
I think it is. And I don't want to entertain these offers of office partnerships and stuff.
That's my concern.
Yeah, if there's a real interest in, then we'll see it. I think he's starting us off. I had no intention of starting us off anyway.
We're gonna talk about those right now. Those are coming up right. That was just the basic. They're here. I'm gonna do this.
Each one of those. So there's that's part of why I think there's really had any value. Transferred over and like way back.
That's one of 5 issues.
I know, we have so much.
Box of donuts right over there when we're done.
I'm just waiting for it. Well, and you know, that's right, and that's exactly what we're like. They can have a band, they can have a band. As far as that. Since I got on council, every.
Yeah, more than a normal meeting.
No, nobody can do it over there. Pardon me, I'd like to call council back to the dais, please, so we can continue the meeting. So. What, wait a minute? Right, I'm just trying to get people back. So we're missing Aaron. Right. Does anybody know where council member Aaron is? Yes,
Might have
we could
got-
round him up, please.
You might have got cornered in the hallway.
Yep. Where are you going now?
Prop the door open.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Poor Mayor Pro Tem, he's like, my meeting is dissolved.
Come on. Great. Mayor's not here. This is what you guys leave me with. Thank you.
You picked a time, fine time to leave.
All right.
So Kimberly, you don't have to go through the whole,
No, I'm not.
okay.
The whole presentation again.
Can you start all over again, please?
No,
You have to wait for
cannot.
everybody else.
Maybe this, just the slide of the properties that these are referencing might be
Yes.
good. Yeah.
And so for people either online or in the audience, we were waiting, trying to round up the other council members so we can begin again.
Is he still?
I don't know. Aaron ran away.
Aaron went out to the restroom.
Yes.
I'm sure everybody appreciates that on record.
I took advantage of it.
Bio break.
Is that not the right term?
Good to me.
All right.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, no, we've been using that for a long time.
Yeah,
In the age of Zoom, bio break is
yeah.
it's a new buzzword.
Isn't that when you just turn your camera off?
Thank goodness.
And
for,
microphone, hopefully.
Yeah, the-
Wireless headsets.
Microphone.
All right. Did you find Aaron?
Yes.
Oh,
He's coming.
Okay. I won't ask for details.
Yeah, you don't want to. There we go. Now we lost Ken.
All right.
that was in the trash.
Okay. All right. The time is now 9:34. We're welcome everybody back to the meeting. We are going to pick up with second reading of ordinance 2023-08. We have the map up on the screen. And let me make sure I'm back in my place here. So next up is ordinance 2023-08, second reading on ordinance authorizing the conveyance of real property of the city referred to as 2-acre parcel located on Pinon Mesa. Public Works Director Kimberly Bolin has already given a presentation. We have Attorney Mary Elizabeth Geiger here. So at this point, I would like to open up for public discussion. Is there anybody that would like to make a comment on this? Please, sir, come on up and for the record, once again, state your name and your address.
Gary Martinez, 317 West Otley Avenue, Fruita, Colorado. I haven't heard the previous ordinance. It just seems when we're talking about these other two properties as well, there just seems to be a lot of public interest and the public just not due to anybody's I don't think it was done intentionally. I think that it's such a touchy subject that once it did get to the right ears, it's spreading like wildfire on getting rid of these properties up there. Where you see it's so important to a lot of the Fruita residents like myself, just having access to that area. I'm not exactly sure what those areas are, other than the ones that they're down the road from a little bit from those. But everybody that I heard here tonight was talking about if they had the option to buy one of those mountain properties. And I think that one of the biggest things that as a board, you guys should consider being our representatives is that if there's somebody else that'd be willing to, I understand where we sit on wanting to get rid of those properties, but also if we're going to want to get rid of those properties that we already own, then why not maximize what we are going to receive? And by just accepting, and I know it's the way that it's set up that an ordinance has to be made and an offer has to be made. But if we're deciding to do those in today's day and age, I understand that we've been looking at this for a long time, but Fruita is different than it's ever been. It's richer, it's stronger, it's bigger. There's just a lot of opportunities with a lot of people with great ideas that maybe haven't been able to approach and see this from with new glasses on, if you will, for the 2023. Well, I think it's like retina replacement nowadays. But anyway, to take a look at it and see if we can't find some other options. And with that area being so sought after nationally, statewide, it's Area 40. What everybody wants is a little piece up there. The monies that are being offered on these properties just seem totally out of whack, just from my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Any other, please? It's so quiet now.
I know, right? Herd of us left. Still more people than we usually.
True.
My name is Monique Ramirez. I'm at 3970 South 16.5 Road, Glade Park. I don't know a lot of information about this, but my question would be, why is the city interested in getting rid of these parcels? What is it costing you for these parcels? Why can it not stay open recreational area for us? If you could just paint a picture of why it would be valuable for you to get rid of, because to me, it just sounds like it would benefit the individual that's making the offer right now. So if you could just shed light on that, that would be awesome.
Thank you. Any other public?
I guess I'm going to have basically the same kind of comment.
I hate to be a stickler, but name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still Deb Moreland.
I didn't think you changed it. We just need to make sure.
Mulberry Court on Mulberry Street, Fruita resident, former Glade Park resident. And I would just like to say, basically the same thing with these other properties. Yeah, we were asleep at the wheel. there's so many issues going on right now that it's hard to keep in touch with everything that's going on. But now that there is awareness, it would be nice to have some more time to look at other solutions. And as a citizen of Fruita, I guess that I want to be sure that, like I said, I really see the logic and the business end of things, why you want to get rid of these properties. But yeah, I think it would be nice to have a little more time for public examination and to be sure that your appraisals are realistic in the present market. Yeah, so I'd say delay it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comments? It's much easier. All right, I'm going to close public.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. This is the second time. I
I
almost
raised my hand.
I apologize.
No worries. Liberty Martinez off paper. And yeah, I wanted to just put another voice out there that I do agree that with the ordinance for 08 and 09, just kind of following the same decision for 07, just because I do think that a few people voiced that they weren't really getting the information that they needed online and just however that came across for them. So I do think that just giving extra time, extra information, especially for the Glade Park area, is just really important. And I just wanted to be another voice for that.
Thank you, Liberty. Okay, try this one more time. Any other public comment? All right, at this point, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to council.
And one announcement that I wanted to make earlier, and if you're speaking to other folks who left, you can sign up with Deb. They can contact Deb or on the website to receive copies of the city council packets when they're emailed out on Fridays. So that way you don't have to go look, you'll just get it and but again, that's the way the city puts out the information as to what's going to happen at a council meeting. And so that's going to be the firsthand source for finding out what's going on at the city. Well, that's the way the information and for public entities is put out. So anyway, I just want to make sure you guys understood that you could sign up for that.
Thank you.
It's an email option. You can talk to Deb.
We also put a weekly update out every Friday. It's sent to the city council, open to the public. It's posted on the websites, whether you get a notice or not, you can read them as far back as many years, but every Friday it goes, it's called the weekly update right on the front page. We have quite a few people that are subscribed to that. We also have, obviously you can go right on the city and you can click on city council meetings or any of our boards and commission meetings and see all the agendas. You can see all those, you can sign up. Yes, you can. It's on fruita.org. It's required by law. We can't not do that. Yeah, we also send, sorry, what was that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we have to post it on the website, and which is our posting place, fruita.org. So by law, we have to every year identify where a posting place is for all public meetings.
The state requires that to be the website.
Well,
So I don't want to get out on this too long. I just wanted to let you guys know that information is there. If you have other questions, to contact the city clerks and they can help you out. Okay.
All right, can we please
yeah.
bring this back?
Yes.
Thank you. I would like to actually ask for some clarification on this in terms of, and please forgive me, where this specifically on this map, can you highlight where the 2-acre parcel is?
So the 2-acre parcel is right here, right adjacent
Okay.
to the road, and it's surrounded by the Powers family, Pinon Mesa LLP.
Kim, what do we do right now with that property?
We don't do anything with it.
It's just a piece of property we own.
Value to the city.
Do we have to?
Is it, sorry,
Oh, it's fine.
Amy?
is it currently used? Like, does the public use this?
I don't know if you would be aware where the boundary line is, as you're on that county road.
Yeah.
There's not signage
times
that
I've-
says city property or something. And for the 2-acre parcel, there are no water rights.
And we're still responsible for that as a landowner. If there's a noxious weed infestation, if there's wildfire, it's us. So that's why I think somebody asked a question of like, why wouldn't we just hold on to it? And it's because it is liability that.
Is that other one, I'm imagining that's the 4-acre.
That's part of 09.
And that's
Right.
completely.
In a minute.
Yep.
There is no public access to that.
Okay.
I sort of would be in favor. I mean, this is all the same people offering that we sort of make that decision all at one time. Just.
Okay.
You said you're for continuing? What did you say, Ken?
So,
Can you explain yourself a little bit more.
Yes.
Sure what you're saying.
Nobody understands.
Yes, I would be up for continuing this to make,
You're in.
to sort of decide all three of these the same night. To decide this one along with 07 the same night.
What is the acceptance deadline on these two? Is it the same? Or I guess we're only talking about 08.
The acceptance
deadline.
deadline for the 2-acre parcel is also August 31st.
Okay.
Hold on,
That's good.
let me make sure I was looking at the right thing.
Right.
I just said that and I may be wrong.
And Janine, just as a heads up, I'm going to start on your side.
Okay, I'm ready.
Yes, it is August 31st.
Thank you.
Obviously, we are the city of Fruita City Council, but I am curious because I know that we have followed all the proper channels of communication to our residents. Has there been any communication to Glade Park? I understand this is out of our scope. We would not be required to do so, but have we communicated to Glade Park residents about such things?
About the 2-acre parcel?
Yep, about this. I mean, we're talking about this right now. So yes, on this 2-acre parcel.
Not beyond,
08 and 09.
well, 08 is the only one we're talking
We're
about.
talking about right now. So just this. Oh, wait.
So we have a Glade Park water users agreement, which relates to the water coming from 1, 2, and 3. We've heard that many times tonight, and it serves their residences for about 55 users for water, for irrigation water, actually. And in 2017, just as a side note to what you're saying, so we held a open house here in Fruita. We invited all the Glade Park Water Users Association. That was one of the biggest times we put out to the public that we're really trying to find solutions, right? And the majority of people that attended that open house outside of resident we had many of the Glade Park Water Users Association members that came and attended. That led to improving the agreement. So increasing the agreement where they do more maintenance on the line, not the dams, but on the line that serves their, again, not associated with anything we've talked about tonight with Enoch.
Yeah.
So we communicate with that group that we have an agreement with related to that. Otherwise, I'm not aware of any other kind of communications now.
Okay, I recognize this is way out of our scope and not an obligation at all, but just out of the thought of being good neighbors. I would also maybe lean toward continuing this in the same reflection and maybe under the premise of having the possibility of letting Glade Park residents be informed about, because it obviously affects, I mean, yes, we own it, but it is far out of our scope. So this is just my own personal observation, but I feel somewhat responsible for the people who live in this area to have the information. I know they can find it and come on our way. I mean, I'm not saying we don't have, I know we have the information. This is going beyond what we would need to be doing. And it's just a thought.
Any other questions or at this, Janine? Okay, James.
No, not right now. I don't have anything.
Ken?
Yeah, I don't think I have anything else.
Okay. Amy?
I think, yeah, that it follows the vein of the discussion that we've already had, so I wouldn't be opposed to.
Okay.
continuing it.
No.
Any other questions? All right. Does somebody care to make a motion?
I move we continue ordinance 2023-08 until the August 29th special council meeting.
We have a first.
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion?
No.
All right. Deb, would you please? Whole council.
Counselor Miller,
Yes.
Counselor Hansi, Counselor Purser, Counselor Williams, Counselor Bremen,
Yes.
Counselor Cry.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Great. So let's move on to ordinance 2023-09, second reading. An ordinance authorizing the conveyance of real property of the city referred to as 4.05 acre parcel located on Pinon Mesa, Public Works. Director Kimberly Bullen and City Attorney Mary Elizabeth Geiger have already given a presentation. At this point in time, I need to open it, or I don't need to. We are going to open it up to the public. Sorry, it's getting a little late. Does anybody like to make a public comment at this time? And you know what the drill is, sir.
Gary Martinez, 317 West Otley Avenue, Fruita, Colorado. Just wanted to say, just because it's a different one and just kind of same thing, just seems with that, with this being one of the premier hunting grounds in all of Colorado, any kind of land on this section is people pay 10, 20, $30,000 to go up there and hunt one elk. If you had any one of these pieces of property, that would give you that entitlement. And I believe that that would then require a much more substantial offer than what's being offered. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Jerry. Any other public comment?
Monique Ramirez, 3970 South 16.5 Glade Park. I just ask again that it be a motion to let it waive so we can be able to see what type of impact it would have collectively. Again, if you don't know what is used with that piece of property, how you can access it, I believe you stated there is no public access to be able to get to that land. So it would be interesting to find out what type of an impact it would actually have to us Glade Park residents, as well as the rest of Mesa County.
Thank you, Monique.
Thank you. All right, just want to make sure.
Deb Moreland. I don't even know my name anymore.
Yeah, you did, James.
It is getting late. Mulberry Street, Fruita. And I would just like to kind of repeat also that why don't we just make this, a three-way thing, just table the whole thing, keep it nice and clean. That would probably be less complicated for you guys too, So yeah, let's just stand back on this one too. Thank you.
Any other public comment? All right, we're good. Want to make sure I didn't screw that up a third time. All right, with that, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to council.
All right, I move to take ordinance. Why not?
And I,
Yeah,
I'm-
let's.
A couple questions about this.
Technically, you can make a motion.
Thank you very much.
So
I'll
technically,
take
you are
back
correct.
that I was gonna do a motion.
All right. Amy.
Kimberly's got something to say to it.
yeah, in this particular agreement, it says that August 20th, 2023 is.
Oh, Kimberly, that's been updated to August 31st and you might have had the wrong
Thank
one in there. So,
Right.
yeah.
I just want to reiterate, so this property is completely surrounded by the Collins owner. And what access do we have to this property as we speak?
Zero.
Zero.
We can't go visit our own property.
But as water rights, right?
There are no water rights.
No water rights.
There are no water rights on this one.
You don't have to.
There's not any access to it.
You don't have an easement? on it?
We don't have an easement.
So
Wow.
the public is not being able to access this in.
No, and so just just as you pointed out, it's surrounded by property owned by Collins, which is not one of the parties that's made an offer on Enoch Lake. So it is sort of a separate, I mean, it is still a private party purchase, but it's not one of the same people that's, and I obviously, have not done any title work on his parcel to find out how that happened.
I don't, with that being said, I understand the idea of or continuing as we've done with the other ordinances, but where this one has zero access, I'll be more inclined to approve.
Was that a motion? Or is that a comment?
If we're done with discussion, I can. throw it
No,
out.
well, I was just wanting to understand.
I move to, if no other comment,
Does anybody?
I move. So, oh, sorry, I didn't see it. I was out of my good eye.
I was just, I guess, gonna say that this is the same group of people who sort of like, I suspect are coming to us like, they're separate offers, sure, but
But he is not one of the people purchasing Enoch Lake, just to be clear.
so this is a separate person. This is a separate offer.
This is the person who owns all the land.
Is it
completely
Collins?
around.
He owns the donut and this is the whole.
Yes.
Kind of the way I think about it.
Exactly.
And the only thing I can figure, to be honest, about access potentially is at the time, maybe it was conveyed to the city, the county road was in a different location or you know what I mean? But I honestly, who knows? It is where it is now.
I feel like in regards to so many of the comments in previous discussion was concern about not having access to something that they already have access to, and that is not the case in this scenario.
It's not.
All right.
Seems like, so it seems different to me.
That's true.
And we don't have an appraisal on this one, or do we?
No.
I guess I'd still be in favor of continuing it lumped together, but
I would need I need a motion to go either direction.
I move to approve ordinance 2023-09 to sell the property to Collins.
All right, we have a first. Is there a second?
There was an interest in, there were a lot of comments about that they didn't have the opportunity to submit offers, and there were a couple people that spoke up after the first. He was saying that they would be interested in submitting on the other, like all of the properties. So I feel like just in, like I said, the vein of the discussions that we've had.
Well, there's a motion on the table.
Right,
Right
so
now
there's a
that hasn't been
motion.
Seconded, so
There's no second? If there's no second, then the motion dies. Yeah.
Dead.
All right. Anybody else want to make another motion?
I move that we continue ordinance 2023-09 to second reading until special meeting August 29th.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion?
Solidarity. Go with it, but
All right.
Council,
Would you please poll council?
Counselor Hansi,
just a
I've
reminder,
said-
motions don't have to be unanimous to pass.
There you go.
out of principle, no.
Good job, Erin.
Counselor Purser,
No.
Counselor Williams,
It's gonna be interesting. No.
Counselor Bremen,
Am I allowed to ask a question?
So you have a motion on the table to continue.
A procedural question, am I allowed to ask?
Yes, yeah.
At this point in time, because we have an even number, what happens if there is a tie?
The motion,
Does it,
It doesn't,
The motion.
It has to be a.
you have to start over.
We would have more discussion.
Yeah, yeah, they have to start over.
So I'm gonna vote. No,
That means it's not.
we need to continue the vote.
Counselor Cry?
Aye.
And Counselor Miller?
Means motion carries.
So we have, in my mind, we have a couple options. Well, basically three.
Motion, the motion.
No, sorry.
No.
I got that backwards.
No.
Sorry, motion did not carry. I apologize.
Right, so.
So now it's back open for discussion.
Is we,
Motion failed 2-4.
correct. We approve the ordinance. We deny the ordinance. Or we just let it die.
There's no denying the ordinance.
Oh, yeah, we just let it go.
Just let it, you can
Does
try
that,
again to continue to a different date. That could be a motion to continue to a different date. You motion to approve it, or you don't do anything and it dies. You'd have to start over.
Yes, yeah.
if, sorry, once again, procedural. So if we decide not to do anything, we just go on to the next ordinance?
Well, it does.
That's the last ordinance and it dies.
Okay,
So that means that this process would have to start over for this person who made this offer.
yeah, which I don't,
Want to do.
yeah, I don't think I want to do that.
So it sounds like we have we have mixed between continuing or.
We just voted on continuing.
Yeah.
We voted
down
no.
Oh, no, I know, but those are still the
Yes,
two.
Right,
We
we
did
still
vote
can go
no.
back. The motion can be remade.
Somebody state your reason why to continue it.
So this is landlocked parcel. So it's either worth something only to the person that can access it.
Right.
Or there is a way that somebody can get access to it and it's more valuable to them. And so. To me, it's cleaner if we just put them all together. It's all sort of the same idea.
What more information are you looking for then? You're looking for access information on this also. Clarification on
I
it.
don't necessarily need access information.
I think he's keeping the opportunities open for the group of people that we heard from.
Yeah, I hear that and I get that. If they can't, I know it's not up to us to decide. I understand.
I agree entirely. Like, I think it makes sense to, like, it's landlocked. I know how hard it is to get easements to properties. Believe me, it's not an easy thing. That, I think that selling it to them makes sense, but in the spirit of the conversations that we've been having and the vein, that we decided on the other two, I would have a really hard time flipping that with this one.
But I think though that it's very clear. This is landlocked, no access. It definitely falls into a different bucket than the prior two ordinances that we've looked at this evening. And I understand keeping things nice and clean, but it'd be nice to get one thing off my vote is to accept the ordinance if it's today or tomorrow. And so I'd rather.
That it is not the same people too. That's.
Yeah, it's another party, so it's not related to that. And with the zero access and the low likelihood, I'm definitely I'm holding to trying to approve the ordinance to sell it to them. There's no access.
Was on the agenda and was clear, and people had the option to stay and chat to us about this as well, as we did have some, but in regards to the abundance of passion and cry out, it does not appear to be
right, specific to these.
the same
There's a clear.
feeling about these last two, but as we're talking about this we can only take what we've heard, I guess is what
Yeah, I think there's a clear delineation between those two types. Of the first two ordinances are completely different than this one. This one's isolated, zero access.
And I suppose I'm sort of thinking it through. This is in the spirit that the city is intending to get out of this business.
Yes.
And so that I guess sort of lets people know that that's really the plan.
Can I make a motion?
Yeah, go ahead. I was going to, if do you want to do it or want?
I'll put it forth. I move to approve ordinance 2023-09 authorizing the conveyance of real property of the 4.02 or 4.05 acres.
We have a First, is there a second?
Was that, okay. No, go ahead. Your second.
First and second, discussion.
Was that worded correctly?
To adopt the ordinance?
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Just wanted to make sure the motion was in it.
All right, we have a first and a second. Any additional discussion?
No.
No. All right, Ms. Woods, would you please kindly poll council?
Counselor Purser,
Yes.
Counselor Williams, Counselor Bremen,
Yes.
Counselor Cry,
Yes.
Counselor Miller,
Yes.
Counselor Hansi.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you, everybody. All right, next we're moving on to ordinance 2023-06, second reading, an ordinance amending the certain section of Charter 17.47 of the Fruita Land Use Code concerning impact fees. And we have Dan Karas with Planning and Development here.
Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. To present. Dan, you are up.
Mayor Pro Tem Bremen, members of the City Council, my name is Dan Karas. I'm the Planning and Development Director for the City of Fruita. You have seen this ordinance. We presented this at first reading and it's gone through somewhat of a lengthy public process where there's been opportunities for folks to participate, but more specifically, we have kind of vetted this with the development community at a number of different meetings. And if it would be all right with Mayor Pro Tem and the council, I would like to consolidate these presentations for the two ordinances that are pertaining to the impact fees and subdivision
I
section.
think I speak for the rest of council, but yes, consolidation would be appreciated.
So again, like just for this specific ordinance's kind of applicable details, this takes into consideration the timing of the payment of the impact fee. And this is just to remind the members of the public, this is the Parks, Health, Open Space and Trails impact fee. Again, a little bit of detail on when we workshopped this, and that was April 25th, 2023. We had the first reading where we had a presentation. There were a number of different red lines that we discussed as far as like the inflationary indice and the things of that nature for both the post fee and for the transportation impact fee. And then again, on June 1st, we went to the associated members of growth and development and presented these. This is just a detail of the timing of the impact fees. So for residential applications, this would be a planning clearance, and for commercial and multifamily, it'd be deferred to CO. In the code, it does exclude accessory dwelling units, but I think it's important to mention that, you know, we leave the door open for a commercial and multifamily to pay at planning clearance and at CO, just depending on kind of the timing of the projects. It's not like we kind of open one door for residential and close for commercial. That is afforded to both. Just for the Parks, Health, Open Space and Trails fee, the presently per unit, it's $18.60. The Tischler Bice study contemplated the single family going from $18.60 to $31.79, and for multifamily going to $21. Obviously, we just set a post-impact fee at $18.60. So you see there's a varying difference between multifamily and for single family. The way that this works is that in the code that's before you, if the council approved this, it would codify essentially like what those base rates are. But yet we would have to have a resolution coming before you at the August 1st meeting, which would set the fee schedule. So obviously that is important because we talked about phasing the residential, which would, you know, go live 30 days if this were approved by council. And then again, during the budget cycle, we would set those fees to the rate that is in front of you this evening, which is the $31.79. It's important to note that like presently in our code, the Tischler Bice study contemplates park land and improvements. This excludes some other things that were mentioned in the previous fee schedule, which was open space, trail connectivity. We do have in the code language that for our regional trails, so, you know, just for everybody's edification, that'd be the Big Salt Wash, Little Salt Wash, Dobie Creek, that we would still credit against the impact fees, since those are connecting to those regional sources and regional things that are contemplated in the Tischler Bice study. But I just want to make sure that that's kind of going to be our methodology going forward on how we credit. So that was contemplated to set the fee, but that, you know, in order to get those amenities, so we don't have to construct them separately, that those would be constructed if they had frontage that a subdivision was coming before the city. Going back real quick, just for the frost fee, we used the engineering news record as the inflationary indice. Used a slightly different indice for the transportation impact fees, which is the CDOT construction index. So we are proposing to essentially codify a 10-year rolling average for the transportation impact fee. That was raised from 67.63 at the beginning of this year to so 8,335. So we would be going back, you know, in 30 days. So that would actually be retroactively contemplating both the inflationary indice that we experienced in 2023 as the calendar year rolled over, and then the previous 9 years. So that number will change. It will go down. So obviously that's going to look a little different when you see the resolutions. One will go up, one will go down. Just so the council is aware. The Planning Commission heard this on June 13th. They recommended approval of the proposed ordinance. Thinks it makes good sense for the development community as far as consistency is concerned. Obviously, when we went to AMGD, there was not this abundance of support to raise the parks health, open space and trails fee, but I think they get it, you know, and setting this inflationary indice for both just means that we're not going to have to revisit this subject going forward. This is a suggested motion for the council to contemplate, but if you wouldn't mind just moving over into the subdivision section of the ordinances that are before you, and then we could open up public hearings for both of them separately. So this is ordinance 2023-11. This is the second reading. This is quite a larger dissection of the specific review procedures that are under chapter 21, chapter 7, and chapter 9. There's no changes, which is, I think, really important to note, to the review criteria. All the review criteria that the council contemplates for subdivisions that are over 10 lots would be the same ones if this one administrative. The council workshopped this on the 25th, the same night as the impact fee discussion. The first reading was on June 20th, but it's important to note we did not present this at the June 20th. That was just the impact fees. And then at the same AMGD meeting on June 1st, we took this proposed amendment. I think it's important to pause here. When we did go to AMGD, this was a widely supported pursuit for us to go down. It kind of accelerates the time that applications would be processed, which seems to be in alignment with a lot of requests coming out of the development community just to supply the market with more units. So again, this right now, the minor subdivision is 10 or fewer lots. This considers, consolidation plats, condo plats of no more than 3. But we would essentially be eliminating the minor subdivision process and just creating a subdivision process that would not have any limitations on the number of lots that would be able to go through that process. However, the review procedures would be similar, for the minor subdivision today, but the public hearing process would not be the test for those applications that would have over 10 lots. Again, here's just the review procedures, which is very similar to most applications, pre-consultation, pre-app meeting. A lot of times we have general meetings and pre-app meetings, and then do it all over again before an application gets submitted. But these procedures are specifically spelled out in your ordinance that is in your packet. And I think that we did a pretty good job specifically specifying what some of the nuances are going to be for neighborhood meetings, our presence there, the need to potentially have more, and the ability to make sure that we still meet the same level of interaction between neighboring properties to meet kind of that high threshold that would be in lieu of public meetings. So that was pretty important to the council when we workshopped this, and it was also pretty important to the planning commission when we talked about this in June. Again, this is the density bonus section, which would change from it being a public hearing process to being approved by the Community Development Department. PUDs and zoning applications would all still have to go through the public hearing process. Those are things you cannot delegate to an administrative process, but merely the administrative ability for us to subdivide property would be really what is being discussed this evening. No change again to the approval criteria that is within the density bonus section. The one kind of nuance that came out of the planning commission discussion, which I think was really fruitful because it mirrors what happened when we went through the whole land use code related update, was there was a provision at that time, because we were pursuing going administrative for major subdivisions, that there would be a call-up option. The call-up option would essentially give or grant the community development director to essentially say, hey, we've had a lot of public participation with this application, or there's a lot of nuances that we would feel would really add a lot of value if we inserted some public process into this. It is totally at the discretion of the community development director to call it up, but it kind of sets forth this ability to set those review procedures that would then go to planning commission and council. I thought it was kind of an ingenious idea that came out of a design workshop when we originally were amending the code, because it allows for the ability to not just necessarily force appeals if there was a lot of consternation amongst the subdivision application, but there was the ability to have this kind of intermediary step where it would get called up to council. And so we actually are in alignment with that. We had the code language from the time that that was crafted back in 21. And so we inserted that in there and are recommending that we put that in there, as well as some of the elements that they wanted to bolster around neighborhood meetings. And the staff is in alignment and agree with where the planning commission was coming from when they heard that. And here's the suggested motion for ordinance 2023, and that concludes my presentation, Mayor Pro Tem.
Great, thank you very much. At this point in time, I would like to open this up for public comment.
Is this challenge accepted?
Thanks, Jerry.
What you guys are doing? I didn't know so much was going on. Jerry Martinez, 317 West Sotley Avenue, Fruita, Colorado. Raising rates and raising prices on what we're charging for our homeowners and Fruita. I just feel now that we're also having a debate on which elementaries we're going to keep open. The reason why is that small families cannot continue to afford all these extra fees and all this extra charges in order to have a home here in Fruita. If you do, it'll be a very, very elite group that'll be down here in Fruita. It'll lose its diversity if you don't continue to try and stabilize some of these fees to where we come in alignment with even more places in the valley. I understand that I understand Fruita is better. I do. Okay. That's why I live here. However, the thing is, we're losing our kids. There won't be a Fruita later on. It'll turn into a bunch of Airbnbs if we just keep going with these guys that can write off those extra fees as just taxes. It's just a write-off. It's not going to happen. So as a thing, my wife's a teacher. We just got to spending a crap load of money building an extra elementary, and now they're talking about taking one away. I just think that a lot of the fees that we're going to be charging when it comes to being development property. Another question I have is the community development director, is that an elected position, or is that something that's appointed by somebody, or is that just to hire them? Because then once you have that person in that position, is that person local? Is that person know what's going on? Because they're going to be approving a lot of smaller subdivisions that are going to be just popping through, and if there's not some kind of oversight on even ones that are less than 11 plus, it just seems like we're losing a lot of what the community would really want to see as far as how Fruita grows and how Fruita continues to grow in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? All right, at this point, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. Bringing it back to council. All right, Aaron, I'm starting with you. Well, no, Amy, you're up.
Amy,
Keep in mind, you have to act on each of them
You guys have heard-
separately.
You guys have heard my.
Sorry.
This is for the
I'm sorry, yes.
first.
We're just discussing,
Just the frost. right?
just, yeah, 06.
What did you say, Amy? You've already heard, what'd you say?
You've heard my stance on this over and over again.
I hate to do this to you, but can you?
I will. No, I will. I'm just saying.
Sorry,
You
buddy.
acted like this
No.
was like a surprise for me. It's not.
We all want to hear what you have to say.
So I, just for the audience, I am a realtor. I have conversations about affordable and attainable housing, and I hear the needs of Fruita's, specifically Fruita's community, because this is my pride and joy. I love Fruita. And this actually would help to, it lowers the cost in some ways for our developers because they can get started building these houses faster. And putting it on a more predictable schedule will allow them to plan for things better than our former structure. So I am in support of this.
And then am I correct in knowing that they can still come to us and we can waive those in lieu of specific things, right? The normal, we can waive just like we do on anything else if they, in exchange for whatever, right, Dan? Is that still on the table on that?
Yes, it would.
Yeah.
So like if it's an
We do.
affordable housing development, statutorily, you don't have to backfill with any revenue credits, but the council still has the authority to waive impact fees. They just have to backfill the dollar with a revenue credit from the general fund.
Okay.
And that would come to you in the form of an exception. So again, like remind everyone in the audience, like this allows us to prescriptively go through approval criteria, not step out of that approval criteria and approve subdivisions with adjustments or any requests that are not specifically stated in the code.
Thank you.
And before you run away.
When there would be a request for an exception, then that would always come to council.
And then because we're shortening the time frame, it would ultimately lower carrying cost. Is that correct? Okay.
I think that's probably, I mentioned that, my apologies, but I think that's part of the momentum around this concept is that like take your zoning authority serious and, allow these to have a quicker, procedural process so they lower the costs for interest on development loans.
And I know the council's aware of this, but maybe for the audience sake and for the record, just a reminder that currently, even when subdivisions come to council, you can't, if they meet the code, you can't deny it. I mean, you deny it, then you're telling somebody that they've met the law and you're just saying no, and you don't have any basis for that based on the law. So you're currently rely on professional staff to make sure that those applications meet the code or not, right? And so in those public hearings, you couldn't make a change anyway. Just as staff cannot approve anything that doesn't meet the code. So if there's an exception being requested from a developer, then that has to come to the city council. Related to the fees, those are not fees to residents, those are fees to the developers per household being built, because to avoid the residents having to pay for the impacts of each new house. So they're allowed by state statute. So when developers bring a new house to the city, there's more impact on parks and recreation, more impact on streets. So when we have new subdivisions, we take those fees to help widen roads and things like that that are leading to the subdivision. So that's what these impact fees are. They're not, of course, everything, any kind of cost goes into it, but
Oh, they definitely build it into the cost. Yes.
oh, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Of course.
Aaron?
Ken, you can go.
Oh, I was just gonna say that yeah, we have a lot of the same motivations as you. We want our kids to live here. We want people to be able to afford it. So making it easier to get inventory out there will be one part of making houses more affordable. Lowering fees is just going to increase other people's fees. It costs money to have things. So making a development pay for those impacts it's a common, and it's how municipalities everywhere do it, but allowing them to be more flexible in how they do it lets them do stuff more nimbly.
Or Carrie. Aaron,
First set of questions are with the first ordinance that we're looking
we're
at.
only discussing 06. We're not talking about 11 yet. So
So we're talking impact fees. Okay, because we've kind of gone back and forth
Yep.
a little bit, but
he presented on both, but we're only talking about 06.
perfect. So with the land use code, Tischler and Bice are they actually, did they not support a higher fee than the 3179?
They did. I mean,
And we pulled that back because it was in like the 4,000s, was it not, or something like that?
believe it was even higher than that, but it wasn't necessarily that we pulled it back. We pulled.
Yeah, I can speak to that. They, in one of their original drafts going through that process with that consultant, there were more, so they based the fee on the impact costs for certain things, right? To parks and recreation, trails and open space. And they had in there impacts that were beyond just the regional impacts. And so we were, we brought it down to what do we use those fees for? And we took out the things that we would not be, the city would not use those fees for. So it was the original, it was just in a draft. It wasn't, the only recommendation is the one that we have.
And my point for bringing it up is,
but we did,
we took this professional experience and we
We made it.
We-
Fruita. We fruitified it.
Yeah, that we understand these costs, but these costs are good, or these impact fees are used within our communities for these new developments that come in and do impact our communities. So it's adding to the parks, the open space, the trails, to fees that's going to the roads. And so where we're at right now is 1860, and that's been flat for like a decade, right?
Since 2008, 2009, I looked to Margaret to make sure that that's correct.
So I guess I just want to have it publicly known. It's like, shouldn't have been flat. Like it's now we're going to set it to a new standard, given it an adjustment so it can just ride appropriately with the economic conditions.
Provides predictability.
Yes, that's a better way to put it. And so I just wanted to, these impact fees are for new builds, and they're the purpose of the fees are to help the community as we grow and are impacted by the growth.
And please clarify, those impact fees can only be used within the region of which they're collected. I don't want to say immediate, but it's the somewhat immediate vicinity of which those fees are collected, correct?
There has to be some adjacency associated with it, but I mean, I think that we can all make the argument for like the transportation grid that like 19 road benefits a lot of residents, right? Or, the connectivity of regional parks specifically pertains to trail connections that connect to those parks. So like, I think there is some immediate like kind of radius associated with that, but I think that they're a little bit broader than that from that particular standpoint, as opposed to just like, let's just say J Road or J2 or J6. I mean, we do have some major collectors that essentially disperse and disperse our citizens on the transportation. Yeah.
And the only reason why we're encouraged to raise these fees is because actual costs increase and the actual cost to implement these into our community are going up. And so because we hate to increase it because it does get passed along to the original home buyer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess just one added, layer of context here, like the parks, open space and trails fees are going up, but like the transportation impact fees are going down. So like, it's not like they're both being raised. We're just slapping an index on that to cover inflation.
I'd like to also just emphasize that there was a lot of conversations with the development community and the stakeholders that are going to be most impacted by this. And I really appreciated that, like, Dan and Mike, and they really were, available and for those conversations. And we do have a very vocal and active, group of developers that they do speak about these things. And did have a voice in this, so.
Ken? Nothing. James?
Good.
All right. Does somebody want to put forth a motion on ordinance 2023-06?
I move we adopt ordinance 2023-06, second reading, and ordinance amending certain sections of Title 17.47 of the Fruita Land Use Code concerning impact fees.
Second.
We have a second. Any additional discussion?
None.
Ms. Woods, would you kindly, counsel?
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Counselor Bremen,
Yes.
Counselor Cry.
Aye.
Counselor Miller,
Yes.
Counselor Hansi,
Yes.
Counselor Purser.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Right, next we're going to move on to ordinance 2023-11, the second reading of that. We've already had a presentation by Dan Karas on this. I'd like to open this up to public discussion. Would anybody like to make public comment on this? All right, seeing none, I'm going to bring this back to council. So any questions, comments?
I think there was a question about the planning development director is a hired position. He's right over there. He reports to Mike Bennett, who's our city manager, who is hired by us. I do like predictability for developers. I do like the idea of them being able to. When I was running for council, there was complaints that I heard that Fruita was harder to build in than other places. So I do like this as an experiment. This is an ordinance that we're putting forward. If it's successful, go us. If we see problems, I feel like we can go, you know what? It was a great idea. Thanks for trying something new, but new ordinance is needed. I think it's got a lot of pluses, and I guess that's it. I don't really have any other questions.
Thank you, Ken.
Yeah, I agree. I think that we still have some built-in, with the call up. I love that. I was really, glad that came out of our conversation during our planning and zoning. And then from the opposite side, I love that this is going to give our builders the predictability. It's going to save 3 months of time. That's expensive. That's a lot. So yeah, I'm behind it.
I have two questions for Dan. Is that what you're seeing also? What Amy's saying is about like a 3-month savings? Or what is this going to save the developer? Because time is money for them. And so it helps them to get products to serve, to market faster. So what's that savings on average?
I think the best comparison is like the site plan applications that are already administrative. Like those seem to come in very complete, because there's a certain like review criteria they know who they're dealing with. And like we can work through some of those issues rather than a reluctance to really like submit a complete application just because there is some fear of going through the public hearing process. So I think that's an accurate statement that like 90 days, but I think it could also be more too, honestly.
And you're saying that because we're going to get better completed applications
100.
plus because they get to go through the process faster. They also save that 3 months to start putting a shovel into the ground. Perfect. And then last thing, trying to understand my chicken scratch. How is this going to how have staff looked at how this impacts our planning commission, how often they're going to need to meet? Because now it's, if it's, I guess what I'm looking at is the majority of their work is going to be call-ups or PUDs.
I think annexations.
And okay.
The council, when they codified the land 21, they delegated their authority for CUPs, so conditional use permits to the planning commission.
Rezonings.
Rezonings. I kind of look at the annexations and rezoning as the same thing, since statutorily we have to zone property within 90 days. So like a lot of times those applications kind of go with one another. But I also think that any code amendments, that last workshop that we had, the planning commission, some work to do within that contract.
So are you expecting like, instead of, they meet once a month, so is it going to kind of change their agendas to meet or the needs going to have them meet like 2 times every quarter? Or do you think it's still going to have to meet monthly?
I think we'd still meet monthly.
You still think there's enough work the night might be a little shorter, but still the need. Good. That's what I'm getting at is love the planning commission, want to see them still being utilized and not felt or actually not used. So that's great to hear that they're still heavily utilized.
Any other questions?
No. That's it.
All right,
I have none.
James?
I will go back. This, I like that zoning is where we get a lot of comments. People like, you don't want that density, you don't want, so those are still coming to us. If a developer, so they're coming to you with things that they have to meet the code. You don't have the option to go, oh yeah, I approve this variance. That still has to come to us.
Correct.
These are like, I mean,
Yeah.
we have a very specific
Right.
list of things that they have to meet. They're already meeting those. We're going through this whole process.
We don't even have ground to
can't-
say
we
no,
can't
even when it
even
comes to us
say.
anyways. So,
Yeah, so if you've already met all of these things, you just have to wait several months to get that that check.
You know, a commitment that we made to the planning commission, I don't think we were prepared as a staff to make this this same sort of commitment, but I think for the first quarter, 6 months, there seemed to be a request that all development applications, regardless of whether or not they're on public hearings, that at least they get a list of them, you know? And so I think that was another way, Commissioner Hansey or Councilmember Hansey, that we were going to make sure that they were aware of the projects that were coming, you know, before the city, even though like they wouldn't be in public hearings, but that.
A little bit different more than the weekly update. Yeah, I like that. That's a great idea.
Any other? All right, does anybody want to put forth a motion?
I move to adopt ordinance 2023-11 and ordinance amending certain sections of the Fruita Land Use Code regarding the subdivision review process.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any additional comments? Ms. Woods, would you kindly poll council?
Counselor Bremen,
Yes.
Counselor Cry.
Aye.
Counselor Miller.
Yes.
Counselor Hancy,
Yes.
Counselor Purser,
Yes.
Counselor Williams, motion passes 6-0.
Here's the good news. We're over halfway through the agenda tonight.
We're still not to our latest time yet.
I know. All right. So next up on the agenda is resolution 2023-23, public hearing amending the 2023 budget with supplemental appropriation of fund for purchase of real property near the Fruita Lagoon. Dan Karas, Planning and Development Director, and Shannon Vasson, Assistant City Manager.
I'd like to
Yes.
change the order of the people. So the June 30th meeting, the council entered into an MOU with Two Forks Ventures. I just wanted to, you know, this is more pertaining to the budgetary allocation of what we're trying to accomplish, which was also in the packet. But we do have the Two Forks Ventures folks here with us this evening, and they are prepared to, I think, make an introduction. I think they were planning for maybe not 10:37 but I figured that I would just you know, kind of briefly explain like kind of why this is before you, why this resolution is before you, and then like the plan for the allocation for the property acquisition and for the due diligence, which is specific to the 75 grand. So might ask Mike for a little help here, but the $450,000 is essentially to acquire in fee 4 parcels that surround the lagoon property that essentially make the approximately 40 acres contiguous with one another. They were owned by 3 entities. We were one of those 3 entities. The proportioning percentages were 60, 30, and 10. And so 60% was Mesa County that actually owns these 4 parcels in fee that surround our old sewer lagoon site. And 20% or 30% was the city and 10% was the One Riverfront Foundation, if I got that correct. And so essentially why we're moving the $450,000, it seems kind of unique, is that, you know, that is the appraised value of the real estate. And so we are, yes, like going to pay ourselves back, you know, at closing. And we also have a commitment, albeit it's not 100% inked at this point, that, you know, we do have a partner in the One Riverfront Foundation going forward. So there's likely going to be the desire to keep that money into our efforts to develop the riverfront, specifically in that location. I think any separate agreements associated with that will come subsequently, but, you know, essentially we're paying Mesa County to exit the deal, and that would be 60% of the $450,000. As for the $75,000, that is set aside, and you can see the kind of allocation separation between the city and our private partner, Two Forks, that is really parsed out with, you know, the amount of money allocated to do the work that's associated with the due diligence that will live with this property in perpetuity. So it's like, these are the studies and information that matter to us. And then, you know, the support in order to make sure that a development is feasible with a, you know, a partnership agreement and a lengthy public process coming on the heels of that. So I think with that, I don't know if Mike, you'd like to add anything, or we could turn it over to Gavin Brook and Sarah Wood, and I'm sure they would love to introduce themselves to you at 11 or 10:40 this evening, and kind of share a little bit about some of the things that they've done and that we're going to explore with this project, if that is all right with Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think I would just add, just for the record, that this is land, obviously, that the city, Mesa County, One Riverfront originally purchased to build the little salt wash trail. And that was completed, and that's why there's a joint ownership. But as Dan mentioned, Mesa County owns it in fees, so they actually hold title. So to resolve the title, we have to have the full amount. However, it'll be broken down, and we're only paying 30 or 60% of that amount, plus the 10%, so 70%, including the One Riverfront. However, One Riverfront is working with our realtor currently, because they are contemplating not receiving the cash, because they want to put the cash back into the project, and they don't want to have tax implications for that. So we're not necessarily ultimately out the full 450 because they own it in fee, they have title, but we have an MOU that shows how it's broken down. And it also contemplated in the future, if there was a sale or a purchase of that by one of the parties, anticipated that it would be the city, because we have the zoning regulation of it, and we own the 25 acres adjacent to it, the only way to access it. And that it was predetermined in that MOU that if there was a sale, you'd have an appraisal, and then it would be broken down by those percentages. So we have willing partners from all three, so we can move forward with the plans and working with our partner, who we're excited to work with, that you honored that agreement with. Again, there's been extensive public participation in this one through the comprehensive plan process all through 2019. And then even prior to that, when we did the lagoon concept planning back in prior to that in 2016, I believe. So.
Great. We have representatives from Two Forks here that would like to present. Come on up. 10:42. It's 10:42. Let's not.
I admire y'all's endurance. And I'm not jealous of your
For the record, they normally don't quite go this long.
yeah, right. So
Star record.
Yeah.
I will do my best to keep it quick. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for having us. We're totally excited about this opportunity. I'm Gavin Brook. I'm president of Two Forks Ventures. This is Sarah Woods, project manager for Two Forks. We were mostly here to answer due diligence questions, but Dan couldn't let the opportunity to have us introduce ourselves pass them by. I don't think he realized it would be at 10:45. So, to start, just a quick background of experience. I spent the prior 5 years as vice president of projects for Presidio Vista Properties, which is a small development company. We did large single-family home developments in Lake Tahoe, Incline Village area, in Ketchum, and in the Aspen area. I'm based in Carbondale most of the time, although I'm like 49% in Fruita at this point. And what originally brought us here to Fruita, or brought me to Fruita, was doing the farm project in downtown. Prior to that, I spent 12 years as principal of an architecture and development firm at Land and Shelter. Before that, I was working on a couple of large subdivisions, Blue Creek Land Holdings and Kodiak Village. And then I was a project manager at Barrett Studio Architects. I also have spent a considerable amount of time in those chairs, not as a council member, but I was chair of Carbondale's P&Z for 5 years, and I served for 11. I sat on the Garfield County Housing Authority for 9 or 10 years and was chair for 5 of those. So sat on that side of the presenters. Sarah has spent a big portion of her professional career in the outdoor rec industry. So 15 years in the outdoor rec industry with Five Point Film Festival, which I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but it's a fixture in the outdoor film industry. She was VP of operations for I-9 componentry, so deep in the mountain bike world. Ran Grand Jun, which was a beloved kombucha company locally for quite a while. And The Good Talk, which is her consulting business. She also runs farm and spends a ton of time on our construction and development projects now. Sarah's a full-time resident here and has served on a ton of nonprofits as well, including recently being appointed to the Governor's Council on Creative Industries, which is the funding arm for creative industry nonprofit. So quickly, talking about a few of our projects, everybody here knows farm to some extent, or if you don't, you should tour. And
we had a lovely tour before it was finished.
Good, excellent.
And frequent.
So we are 90+% full now. We have 1 vacant space in the southeast corner. Everything else is full. We have a waiting list for the studios. We're considering it a success at this point. Super excited about it. It'll continue to evolve for years, but we're proud. Farm builds on, well, just a few of the stats around farm. So farm was a 13,200 square foot building. We added some square footage, 15,800 square feet. Now we have 18 art studios and 5 retail spaces. And as Sarah regularly reminds me, somewhere between 30 and 35 people work out of farm. And it builds on a history of revitalizing vacant or sort of underused warehouses. We did 2 projects in Carbondale called SAW, Studio for Arts and Works. And they're quite similar format. They're a little bit more oriented towards working studios than they are towards the marketplace aspect of farm. And it has had 2 incarnations in Carbondale. It started in a 3,800 square foot old chainsaw shop, hence the name SAW. That was where our architecture firm was originally based, and it was sort of a youthful idea we had 20 years ago, and it's still kicking along. So now it's moved up to a 7,200 square foot old automotive repair shop. And spawned a baby called the Digs, which was an old excavator's office. So there's a sort of history of it now in Carbondale. The other major community project that we've done, and I'll make a lot of this one because it was a public-private partnership that was extremely successful in Carbondale. It was the 44,200 square foot old elementary school. We formed a nonprofit. We leased it from the town for $1 a year for 40 years. And then we made it home to 38 nonprofits with rent stabilized. So at the time, it was about half of market rents. And now at 12 years later, we had done a $4 million remodel. We paid for half of that with grants. We paid for the other half of that with a subsidized loan from Alpine Bank. That loan is now 75% retired, and we're about quarter of market rates at this point. We're holding at about $10 a square foot, which gives you a sense of the real estate market in Carbondale, but also is a really value to be proud of. That was excellent collaboration between our architecture firm and another architecture firm and a nonprofit to bring a new nonprofit into existence. That took 3 years, and the town manager at the first hearing gave us a 5% chance of and then there are a few larger projects. These are a few shots of the 3rd Street Center. It's really a lovely space. It has 38 tenants and about 100 people that go to work there. There are a few larger projects that we've done. An 80-acre site, 48 houses on 38 of the acres, and we preserved the other half of them. I think that applies directly to some of the strategies around the lagoons. Those became public access easements, fishing easement, and ag conservation easement. We also doubled the amount of affordable housing that was required at the time in Garfield County, and partnered with some nonprofits to make it exceptionally energy efficient and do some energy efficiency studies. This one is a little more in the NA plus ultra realm. This is 10 acres on the shores of Lake Tahoe. It's on State Line Point. But again, there was a bit of public-private partnership here. We went in and worked with the Lake Tahoe Planning Commission, TRPA, Tahoe Regional Planning Association, managed to win one of the first of 12 piers allowed on the lake after a 20-year moratorium. And the TRPA is notoriously, next to downtown New York and San Francisco, the hardest planning application in the country. So we here successfully did a 10-unit subdivision and 2 piers, a boat slip, and 6 moored boats. And that was 2 years of my life. I'll never get that. And then this is a larger one. You guys that are familiar with the Roaring Fork Valley might know this. This is known as the Tree Farm Project now. It's recently been approved across the street from Willits. It was 120,000 square feet of mixed use space, 95 affordable housing units. We had IntraWest initially as a partner in that. This was a bit more of a straight private deal, but we conserved about half the land. And so applies and sort of gives some context. So all of that is to introduce ourselves and bring ourselves around to the lagoons itself. What we've got in front of you is what I think is a reliable due diligence budget. You get a feasibility study. It's the sort of first payment to figure out if we can play as a partnership and figure out a great proposal on this piece of property that's going to meet City of Fruita's goals, the public improvements that the City of Fruita has previously contemplated on this property, other public improvements we've been considering, and the sort of private improvement or private development that might subsidize and or pay for those improvements. So really, I was only here to talk about the details about like why we would spend $7,000 on civil engineering at this point or who we might be interviewing, but it was also the opportunity to make a quick presentation. introduction. So happy to field questions in either realm.
Thank you. First, we have to open up for public participation. So at this point, opening up to public participation, is there anybody that would like to speak?
My name is Liberty Martinez. I'm off of paper. And so I guess I just had a question. I don't know if you guys can answer the questions on.
This is for us to.
Okay, perfect. So has this been passed or is this just like the first kind of we're hearing about it? Like where are we at with this process?
Mike.
We'll have to.
Yeah. I mean, to answer it, so we already are in partnership. So tonight is just a budget amendment to cover what we're in partnership for, to cover the studies that the city needs to do for developing it. And then also what our partner would need to do to consider if later in the future, if we were able to working towards a public-private partnership that would be a much larger agreement. But this is an agreement. We're already in agreement with them, a memorandum of understanding where they have that exclusive right to look at the feasibility of developing this in the future at their own risk, at their costs. And what we are spending as a city, we need to have no matter what we do in the future to know how to develop it. So it's city-owned land that we want to develop it with mixture of the community's already spoken on it multiple times in the past for open space, river access, commercial, multifamily, kind of a mixture of those types of things. So part of this due diligence is what you can do, how you work with the Army Corps of Engineers and other areas of what we can do with the river, what we can do with the land that's there, what is developable and all those things. So working towards that so that we can then go through what would be a large public process of a master planning process that would be led with feedback on actually, once we know those answers, so you want to ask, hey, what do you want to do? But you can't do half of it until you do these studies. So there's kind of a lot to be done in the future, but we're in an agreement to just do these studies right now to lead to those larger processes. And so this is what's before the council is simply to allocate the funds to do the studies that we need to do.
Sorry, I kind of went out of order there.
Okay.
It's all right, you asked, so I answered.
Thank you
I
very much.
apologize, Mike.
So I guess when I just hear this instantly for me, what comes to mind is and you guys are probably it's like crazy, but birds. I follow for 10 years, we've been following a group of bald eagles that actually live in that area. We saw them mate and then actually have that offspring. And so they live all across there by the wake park. That's where one of their trees is at. And then they follow all the way across the river towards over by McKinnis Canyon area. So I just feel like if we're talking about, funds and wanting to see what we can do with the area, I would just hope that we would put something towards those birds and just something to like kind of just keep that area really natural and as natural as it can be, especially for where it's at.
Thank you. Any other public questions? And your name is?
Jerry Martinez, 317 West Otley Avenue, Fruita, Colorado, across the street from the hospital, probably the only place in Fruita that doesn't have a view of the monument. Anyway. So I'm at a loss too, and I'm hoping that you get it cleared up too, because after hearing that question. So earlier we were talking about how a developer has to pay all these extra fees when they're going to go started, but on this particular project, we're going to take some of those costs on for helping on the developing. The land near anywhere there's water around here is, I mean, you guys dig down 4 feet, you'll find water. It'll be everywhere. So if we're going to be doing the legwork on what we can build there, like the engineering studies, is that what we're going to be incurring?
We are the owner, so it's different than when developers are developing the property they own.
Paying for it. But I mean, as a city, if we're going to pay for that in order to have some kind of viability as to what the next step would be.
So,
we want to make sure that was.
so we'll be the owner of the public areas forever. So it's not somebody else doing that part. Yeah.
But I thought this was like inclusive of some buildings and homeowners and.
So that would become the private parts where they pay for and then
Developers.
public parts
Developer
we
comes
pay
in,
for.
will
Yeah.
give us $2,000 to help us out with the $40,000 study that we did.
Yeah. No, they pay their fees just like anybody else.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Any other public comment? All right, with that, I'm going to bring it back to council. Yes.
Oh,
Sorry, Deb was grabbing it like
sorry.
I was forgetting something.
I've been on council 8 years and every year we just got back from Colorado Municipal League Annual Conference. I've gone every year. It's amazing. At that conference, there's lots of sessions on how to solve problems, homelessness, all this stuff. A lot of the most unique, interesting projects that you see cities do, they can't do on their own. And a lot of times they, the cities own the property, so developers can't, and we're not going to sell it. So public-private partnerships are an awesome tool to get a really unique project. And we've had that hope for several years. We've gone down this road with a different partner several years ago. It just sort of, we spent a little bit of money. It didn't go anywhere. We still have the vision. We've got great partners now. So I think this, I'm excited about this piece of property. I've been talking about this property long before I even got on council at my old job at an engineering firm. It's like, those are cool. We should do something with those.
Yeah. I think you can.
Same. I'm really excited about this. And same, we've had conversations before I ever considered being in this seat. So I'm really looking forward to it. And I love what you guys have done with Farm. I'm a big fan. Love it. I wish we could fit more studio spaces. I know people who are dying to get in there.
Thank you. Excited.
Thank you.
Yep, I echo all of that. Just really, really cannot wait. So great.
Their presentation is pretty impressive. I mean, the proficiency of what they've done on previous projects definitely makes me want to see what they come up with.
I kind of like the idea of most of these. It's the city has to build a horizontal and hope that they will come and put out all that money up front, where this gives us the opportunity to do a partnership on that. So I'm excited about that. All right. Any other questions, comments?
I make a motion, we adopt a resolution 2023-23, amending the 2023 budget to appropriate funds in the general fund for the purchase of real property near the Fruita Lagoons.
First,
Second.
we have a first and a second. Any additional questions, comments?
None.
All right.
Counselor Cry,
Aye.
Counselor Miller,
Yes.
Counselor Hansi,
Yes.
Counselor Purser,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Counselor Bremen,
Yes.
motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Next, we're going to move on to the administrative agenda.
Thank you, guys.
And while you
Thank you.
can.
Sorry. Nose down, looking at notes.
Yeah, Dan, you're not done yet.
Yeah, Dan, this-
Nice try, though.
Yeah.
Henry's up for this one.
All right, next, we're looking at resolution 2023-20, a resolution of the Fruita City Council amending the Fruita land use map regarding the downtown mixed use area. And Henry, giving Dan a break.
Yeah. A little embarrassing. My computer died just like.
Oh, of course.
Run out of
Went
battery.
to sleep. Yeah.
It is 11:02.
We've
So-
got 5 minutes
While you're-
till our record is broken.
Is that what it is?
What, wasn't it 11:07?
I don't know.
I'll try to go quickly,
Where'd it
but
go?
should make it
Right.
detailed as possible. Before you tonight, you have a resolution 2023-20. This is a proposed amendment to our future land use map concerning the downtown mixed use core zone, or the DMU core. The proposed amendments expand the downtown core encompassing Cherry, Colson to Otley to incorporate the rec center, the hospital, and also extend south towards Highway 6 and 50 and incorporate Reed Park and go to
the application to amend the future land use map does not automatically rezone any properties at this time. It just simply allows and acknowledges that the city of Fruita's downtown mixed use area, in accordance with the master plan, has been modified to include some business opportunities or anything like that in the future. We use the future land use map a lot when we're talking about annexations and zonings, but it's a little bit more unique when you're talking about the downtown. We've got established parcels already. We went before a city council workshop on April 25th, received direction to move forward with those amendments to include certain areas of the city of Fruita that we see as great opportunities for not only beautification, but also redevelopment areas as well, to include residential and commercial mixed use. The Planning Commission heard this application at their June 13th meeting, and also was proposed at the AMGD on June 1st, and at those meetings received positive feedback. Currently, this is our future land use map. Here in the pink is our downtown mixed use core area. It's south of Paber, west of Otley, and north of Highway 6 and 50 is this triangle area. The proposed amendments will include this lighter blue area, and the dark blue area is already proposed to be or is already included in the future land use map. So the light blue areas are what's to be included in this amendment here and here. And so that would include those areas for any property owner to petition for a rezone. And we have certain criteria for zone modification. And those would still be applicable at this time. So that would be essentially the exhibit attached to the resolution that would now show the city of Fruita's core and their downtown area, to include the hospital, the school, and the Reed Park area that we have proposed for a remodel or a beautification project to upgrade Reed Park that we've been trying to do for quite some time. Again, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the proposed amendments to the future land use map, only regarding the downtown mixed use core. And again, to reiterate, this does not change any zoning of any property at any time right now. Those zoning applications would have to follow their right process in accordance with our land use code. That includes legal notice, neighborhood meetings, and public hearings with both the Planning Commission and the City Council. So the suggested motion before you tonight is in your packet. Fruita staff recommends that the council adopt this resolution. Turn the time back over to the council.
Great. Thank you, Mike. Just for clarification, since this is an administrative, there's no public comment, correct? All right. So bring it back to council.
The change in that future land use, what sort of changes does that?
It doesn't change any of the zoning related elements. It would allow private property owners to petition to go into that zone district if they met those certain requirements.
And what is the difference between a residential and downtown mixed use? Is that?
So, yeah, so the residential component as community residential basically keeps everything stagnant, doesn't allow any opportunities for any redevelopment of any structures that might need some love in those areas. But it also allows for property owners, our businesses on that side of the building, which is downtown mixed use, to have some of those storefront home looking businesses like the coffee shop, Chesnick Realty, insurance agent, stuff like that. It would allow petitions for that to happen and for those property owners to essentially petition for that. Probably not see a bunch of consolidated lots coming together and tearing down a whole block and then asking for a zone change. Probably not going to see that. There's a lot of historic buildings in that area, a lot of repurposing. It also includes a lot of property that's owned by the hospital already, that's legal non-conforming, that's already zoned community residential. And so this would help bring those buildings up into compliance and allow for a redevelopment of those hospital buildings. The corner of Cherry and Tabor is one that comes to mind for me.
Oh, that's it, sorry.
Amy or Aaron?
I think that it makes sense just because we have like the shortest main street in America. It's like 2 blocks. So, we're seeing that growth or the small businesses wanting to come to downtown. They really don't have anywhere to do that. So, I love what we're seeing with Chesnick, and those where it keeps our Fruita, feel. And I think we'll see more of that creativity with those. And I mean, they stay homes. That's great. It's really great too. Gives it the flexibility. And I really like that private property owners can kind of have a bit more voice in what they're doing with their. Okay.
James? And one last shot.
Thank you.
All right. Does anybody want to put forth a motion?
Sure. I move to adopt resolution 2023-20, resolution amending the future land use map regarding the downtown mixed use area.
We have a first.
Second.
Second, any additional questions or comments? Would you kindly?
Counselor Miller,
Yes.
Counselor Hansi,
Yes.
Counselor Purser,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Counselor Bremen,
Yes.
Counselor Cry.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. All right, next, city managers report. Joel is here. He'd make a comment about length.
I wish I had nothing, but we need more direction from you all on anything related to, not a joke. So we, obviously you continued public hearings, but are there any expectations you have of staff between now and the August 29th? Of course, we're going to do find out due diligence on access. We'll make sure we convey that to that those have been continued to the Glade Park Water Users Association. I just wanted to make sure, is there anything else?
Speaking just where the Water Users Association is concerned, I would like some clarification on who made that decision. Like we said, that it was put to them and somebody said that only one person, made that.
They have a board that votes. I
Right.
mean, it's not our decision.
Is there like a public record of that we might have access to, or did they submit something to us specifically saying?
Sure. Yeah. So we can look.
Something like,
get
yeah,
that.
just a little clarification on
Mhm.
how that interaction
Right.
went down, because I think that's important.
I think part of it too is there's far more Glade Park residents than there are in the Glade Park Water Users Association. So those are two, that's.
Right, but I mean, that's our focus, that's they're who we're partnered with, and that's who our conversation is happening with as far as that piece is concerned, so if that,
Right.
there's just something that shows how that decision was made.
I mean, the only thing, it'd be nice if, maybe just keep us updated if you hear anything in the meantime. If anybody that was here tonight, they do get together and they talk and it'd be nice for us to know that, hey, they're actually doing something.
Right.
Then can we add that as a discussion item at the workshop? Let's get it on the agenda just in case.
Sure.
Thank you.
It's like an update on where you guys are coming, what you've seen, if anything.
With this being such a big item tonight, for Enoch Lake, do we want to have something like a press release or some type of social media, or some how do we communicate? I feel like it would be good to have some bit of communication saying, hey, this is what happened, and maybe do it a little quicker than just
shaking her head.
Should that be part of the Friday update? I think that's me.
I don't know that you really need to get too in depth into it.
No,
We just say continuance.
Say,
Here are the minutes. Oh, yeah, that's true.
something. I think it'd be, part of the conversation from the community was having that information, and they felt as though tonight or recent was new. But so that's where I'm kind of pushing towards, like, can we have some bit of information go out saying, hey, this is what happened. This is these are the next steps that are going on.
Or add it to the mountain water properties, the link that we already have, that might be more efficient. Because I mean, we've been doing a pretty good job of pushing that out. Aaron and I have shared it. I think James has
Yeah.
shared it. I'm sure.
It's on the
I know Ken has
front
shared
page of
it.
the website in the spotlight.
Yeah, and that's such a great link, like just the, having it all in one place and having it outlined.
Mhm.
I think that would be nice just to add that this was the next step. This is where we're at. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. Notice of the meeting that we scheduled. Yeah.
Some fashion.
We've done,
Yeah, that
and that website's been shared.
Special meeting.
Yeah.
That we'll be addressing it.
And I think just, I know there were some comments earlier, but that website was, or the article that originated the web page
Right.
went to every resident in the city link.
Right.
on a
Yes,
hard
I know. I
copy.
share it.
And then we've been sharing it, through the city's social media posts. Many of you shared it on the other, message board posts and things like that. So it's been a running record for quite some time now. So we'll keep that up, of course, as well.
The consistency of it. Thank
Yeah.
you.
I have no idea how difficult it is, and if anyone else has any agreement, like any appetite for my suggestion of sort of some way of communicating with the Glade Park residents. Is that too much to ask? Is that a silly?
I'm lost.
So we communicate, if I understand, we're communicating with Fruita, but how can we get to?
I just,
residents?
the Glade Park residents I'm asking about specifically, because these decisions, obviously, I mean, we've received comments from Fruita residents and Glade Park residents, but there's significant effects on the people who live in Glade Park. And I know that they can tune in and be looking at, and we have it everywhere here. But I'm just asking, does Glade Park have their own website? Like, is there something,
Communicate in their own.
is there some, I mean, it's not they're not a city technically, but is there some way, or am I off base and none of you feel the same way that I do? Because if it's just.
There's an effective way. Sure. I just don't know.
I mean, even for tonight, when we let the Glade Park Water Users Association know, we instantly, like, we've been fielding calls from Glade Park residents for the last 2 to 3 weeks leading up since the last month leading up. So, I mean, word spread pretty fast. I mean, that's why we had a lot of people from there tonight. We don't have any, I mean, again, I'm not trying to pass the buck that we don't, it's not that, obviously we care, we have an agreement with them. We don't have a way of contacting every Glade Park resident. We have the ability to make sure we let people know up there. And I think we have a number of addresses from people who spoke today. We have the Glade Park Water Users Association. I mean, we can go through every means we can for that.
I think at least the people that showed up and gave you their address.
Right. We have that listed. And then some that were recorded, but as well. So.
Yeah, I think direction to just try to get,
Mhm.
and we can chat with you guys after, and you guys can give us ideas.
Yeah, and we'll ask some of the people that we, some of those contacts, if there's any other ways where we can share it and then put it out that way too. Because I'm sure there's some other opportunities to share it that they'll pass on to us.
I mean, really, the information that needs to be shared is just that we have continued.
Right. Yeah. But the decision,
Well,
the
yeah.
decisions on the agenda tonight were continued. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what you needed, Mike?
Yes, thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you.
James, are you dying over here?
No, I'm
We are
good.
No, we are not done yet.
I'm good. I'm just
He
curious.
hasn't turned into a pumpkin quite yet.
No, I'm not Sam. So
Okay.
I'm in bed for
Right.
All right. Mike, anything else?
No.
Okay. So council reports and action items, which we actually have. We have the Tabor Citizens Review Committee. We've received applications, some of which I believe the last one came in today. Pardon me?
It's 5 now.
So, but we need to, I've lost count, so I apologize. We need to come up with a method of how we're going to do this. my understanding, Mike, is that in the past, the mayor and a council member have volunteered to go through, read through these and then do interviews and then come back to council with recommendations. Is that, am I correct in that?
Yeah, that's how
It's
you all
happened in the
handle all the
past.
boards and commission members. This is obviously a much shorter, very temporary committee, but that would be helpful. I think a good way to do it.
Okay, that way we stay consistent. So since Mayor Kincaid is not here, I'm volunteering him to be part of that. And then I'm looking to see if anybody else would like to be part of that.
I would be happy to participate in.
Okay. And then depending on schedule, if you
I was gonna
can.
say, I think.
I can be a backup if.
Yeah, Aaron's schedule's typically pretty.
Okay.
And we can, what we would do is we could see if our deputy city clerk could see if these people are available for a short interview before the workshop, which is next week as soon as that, or before the August 1st meeting. And then on August 1st, you'd have another discussion about how those went.
And then officially recommendation. Okay.
How many are we looking for?
That is up to us. That
Yeah,
is
it's
not set in stone
completely
at
up to
this
you.
point in time.
Yeah.
Do we still want to accept any applications if they come in late? Or
I'm looking at,
I would be, especially because we only had 5.
right, I wouldn't mind.
I would be thrilled if we got more.
Not
Yeah.
so the
Yeah.
goal is, or the first meeting for this board is on August 1st?
No, that would be
No.
when you all would
No, we have
talk
to have
about it again as a group.
Oh, okay. So we've got a couple week and a half, I guess, is
Right.
to solidify, be ready to then.
Correct, right. To do the interviews and to make recommendations both on whom and how many.
Okay.
And then encourage, if we're keeping it open, to still try to get people to apply for that.
Ciara, could we maybe put that out again? I think there was more interest. I kind of dropped the ball on a couple conversations with some people that I would really like to reach out to again. And sharing that was really nice.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, with that, moving on to council reports and action items. James,
Nope.
no, you refuse to, or you have nothing to report?
I do have one thing that I wanted to give to Mark Mancuso, who's not here, but I want it. At CML, which we're gonna have our debriefing on CML, but anyway, I talked to a guy that does playgrounds, dog parks, stuff like that, and got his information. He was actually the owner of the company. And I got some information that I want to give to Mark, so I'll give it to you guys.
Great.
You guys seem like a good dude. Be cool to get some info from him. And other than that, I know I had something else, but it's escaping me, so in observance of time, I'll say no.
Then on the, Mike, on the workshop, do we have time set aside to discuss CML? The quick download?
The workshop you have a discussion with the Historic Preservation Board, and then you have one with the Fruita Tourism Advisory Council, kind of you've been doing that with all the boards. And then the big discussion is the charter review discussion that you all wanted to devote the majority of time to discuss that night. And then we added the CML, and we've also now added the kind of follow up to tonight. So it's a full agenda. Yeah.
So I asked that we all come prepared to talk about CML, and let's try to keep that appropriate.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I remember what I was gonna say.
All right, go.
So in the city of Minturn, there is a really cool little amphitheater called the Little Beach Amphitheater. And I know in passing, Ken and I brought this up to Mike as we're looking at the lagoons and we're looking at other things. I would love at some point if anybody from staff could look at what that amphitheater took to happen. It's pretty phenomenal. We played there on the 4th of July to about 800 people, kids playing everywhere, and it looked like a very easily built place right on the river. It was really cool. So I'd like to look at that for lagoons.
Yeah, we can reach out to
that
them.
radar like we did with that place up in Eagle or whatever it was. Yeah,
Anything else, James?
no.
Ken?
My meetings are forthcoming. I did say I'd mention I was really bummed with the inclusivity proclamation. I'd communicated a date and we said a different date and it stinks that a negative came out of it. And so the positive that I want to come out of it is the folks that brought it, back to ask us to redo it again, would like us to, consider doing it annually. And if we're okay with that, to have Deb put it on the annual list if it's not. So,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
all right. And we had several really engaged, great people here tonight, and it would be great to encourage them to run for office in April.
I see. Love it. We had our historic preservation meeting, and the Mesa County oral history. So the gentleman that's in charge of the oral history presented to us, because we've been kind of trying to work on how we can do that for Fruita. So that was really cool. And if you guys haven't, like, if you didn't know it was a thing, I knew it was a thing, but I didn't realize how extensive it is. It's incredible. It's on the Mesa County Library. You can just Google Mesa County Library oral history, and there's links to all kinds of amazing things. But anyways, so that was the main focus of that meeting. And then they also are really excited to come before us and present and talk about, just what they're doing. So that's all I have.
Great. Thank you. Aaron.
Number one is thank you for tonight, and I appreciate the community coming out. And I think this is will be a night to remember. I think that we did a really good job at coming together, understanding new issues as we're in the middle of things. So it's just thank you all for great discussions. And second of all, privately, I've been recently contracted to be the interim CFO for Mine Springs. And
Congratulations.
thank you. And
You are a glutton for punishment.
So with one of those, I think there's an opportunity that we can invite them to come out and have them talk to us if we would like to give a presentation on their services. And if that leads to something about like, how can we, the things that I've thought about is like, well, how can we get them in Fruita in some fashion? How can they come here? Because, mental health, behavioral health is, we need more of it, and it needs to be destigmatized. And so anyway, if you're all good, I can reach out to them and have them get in contact with staff to find a date that the presentation in one of our regular public hearing meetings. And then if we ever wanted to go further to like a workshop or whatever, to see if there's, what can they do in our community? I'd like to see something like that.
Not to be, I don't know what the right term is at this time of night. If they could also address in terms of, if I'm all for them coming and presenting, I think what they do, I agree with you 1000%, is so important for our community. But I do think they need to address what has happened in the past and how they're moving forward to better the relationship and trust within the community.
Perfect.
And I say that from a place, they have to succeed. So.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
I hope they know
Yep. Anything else, Aaron?
Who do you want me to have them call?
They can call me.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Sorry, I should have, I'm assuming we're all good with that.
Communicate that request of Matt's. I think that'd be awesome.
Yeah, we've got it down.
Say, hey, we want to see the good, bad, and the ugly.
No, thanks. Also, Counselor Cry, it'd be good if the people, if you could get that contact to Deb, and then we could let them know we're going to do it annually, and then we'll have them on our list. So we make sure to reach out to them like we do with all the other annual proclamations.
I don't really know anything about the group, so I know we know Fruit for Equality, but we can definitely let them know that we plan.
Okay.
To add it.
Great. If we can do anything with that, let us know.
Okay, cool. I'll email them and I'll copy you and
Okay.
say, because them coming through me probably caused some of the confusion. So just say, hey, in the future, just talk to Deb.
Thank you, Deb.
Janine.
Yeah, I had a livability commission meeting today, and they're just group of people. I know I always say that, but like they're just super impressive and action minded and stay within their hour of meeting anyways. Nothing really to report other than just they're a very enjoyable group to be with. Arts and Culture Board, they will be selecting the artists for the Heart of Fruita August 9th. I believe is the day, and that will happen, and then installation is going to happen real quick after that, like September 7th or something. So fast. So that's where that stands.
Right.
Yeah.
There may be an opportunity to collaborate as it relates to Fruita Chamber. Kind of two things, the Fruita Fall Festival beer issue. I haven't gotten final results. The Fruita Rotary made a presentation to the chamber. I don't know a final word, but I think that came to a resolution, and it came to my understanding is a win-win. So everybody should be happy on that. Where there might be opportunity for collaboration, the sign for the chamber is available. However, it's the issue of the 1,400-pound sign that needs to be installed, which will require concrete footings and other issues.
Yeah.
So that is being worked on right now. The only other thing is, Mike, we have a meeting in 7.5 hours tomorrow morning downtown with GCHEP. And are you going to make that one?
I will not be at that one.
I'll let you know how that one goes.
Coffee. You're good with the coffee.
Yeah, more coffee.
Coffee.
All right. Once again, I want to reiterate, I know everybody's kind of said it. I'm really happy, proud of council. Thank you for everybody that showed up. Thank you you guys for staying for the entire thing.
Jerry should probably join a board.
I think so
Yeah.
too. I second.
It's great to see passion. We have lots of openings besides running for elected.
And he's
in terms of,
within city limits. He
Yes.
stated over and over and
I'm
over
not sure
again.
where he lives, but maybe somewhere on Otley. But we're always looking for people for boards and commissions that have that kind of passion. So thank you all for doing that. With that, the time is 11:30. So did we break the record?
Yes, we definitely did.
All right, we broke the record. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Wonder am I